got a strange going on out here. Something just killed my dog.
Something killed your dog?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Cryptid Podcast live stream. I'm your host, Dano Hamilton. You guys, thank you so much for showing up. You know, you guys, we're going to wait a little bit. We got 6 people coming in, but I said in the chat, we have a special guest host, co-host with us tonight. Mags couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately. When she works hard, but she plays harder, and that's what she did today. She's wore out. She let me know couple hours ago, and I was going to go solo, and I was like, I think I'm just going to go ahead and reach out. And the person I reached out to was like, yeah, I'll do it. So guys, without further ado, here's our special guest host. We got Chavez in the room. What's up, everybody?
What's up? Glad to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Hey, man, not a problem, man. And guys, I'm telling you right now, anybody who's in the chat, I got your number. There's a good chance that I'm going to call on you to see if you guys would like to come and hang out. But other than that, how was your day today, man?
So I got a lot of projects done around the house over here. A lot of good stuff. Super happy with my progress today.
Nice.
What about you? Do you do anything good? Do you have a good day today?
Man, I did. It is not my oldest grandson's birthday today. His is in August. But because his birthday falls around the state fair, and everybody in our family loves hanging out at the state fair, like multiple days. Mm-hmm. We didn't want to take away from he's turning 9. And so we celebrated his birthday today, and he absolutely loved the gifts that we got him. And then what's up, Jason? Hey, man, real quick. Let me finish this story, and then I got a question to ask you real quick. So he loved all of his gifts that he got, and then I heard that he asked his mom. He goes, "Hey, Mom, for my birthday in August, do I get my big presents then?" So I mean, he's only 9, and it was cool for him to ask that. And then they surprised him. They gave him a birthday card, and it had like a bunch of letters, and he had to unjumble the words. He had to unscramble them and move them to where it's spelled out where they're going. And and it was Disney. And he goes,
"Man,
I'm going to Disney again." And because they just went like last year, and they got a really good deal on another trip, but this time my wife and my daughter are going. So both my daughters, my oldest daughter's husband, and then my 2 grandsons and my wife, they're all heading to Disney. And then after they get back, they'll be home a couple of days, and then I'm heading out to East Tennessee. So Wade, I'd like to meet you out there, buddy. Anybody who's in Tennessee, man, I'm going to McMinnville for that Bigfoot festival. Yeah. So Wade, hello. Natalie, good morning. Well, it's good evening, but hello from Scotland.
Natalie with us tonight? Oh, yeah.
She is. We got Greasebag. We got Cheryl. We got Jason. Jason, how's your dad doing? We got Wade. We got 73. We got Steamboat. I saw Bigfoot Michigan Rob pop up in here. We got Kirsten. Hello. See who else? We got JP. What's up, brother? Philip, what's going on? Is it how do you say Chinovo? How do you say that? Chinovo. Hello. How are you? We got this guy, Chavez. What's up, buddy? Kelly, what's going on? How are you? And I think Ashes is still around. So, yeah. So, everybody, welcome. We'll get a couple more people. Scott M., what's up?
It's 2:43 a.m. in Scotland right now.
Oh.
Wow. She's a trooper.
Yeah, she is. And we got... Is it Vadia? Hello. Chelsea, what's up? You guys, I'm going to tell you right now, I had Chelsea on right before the show, about an hour or so before the show, interviewed her. Crazy dogman encounter in Iowa. Yeah, it's awesome. So Frustrated about this thing with my dad. Yeah, when we see her like our dad and stuff. So far, my dad's okay. I guess he's not eating food but drinking foods. Yeah, you mentioned that before. Man, I hope that he comes around. I hope he gets over that little speed bump and gets to feeling better. Tomorrow it's gonna be super hot here. It's gonna be stupid hot tomorrow. Like 96, but it's gonna feel like 100 tomorrow. Yeah, forget that, man. I'm living the Great White North, man. But then they also say that this is the land of extremes because we have like 100-degree weather, and then during winter we have like negative 40-degree weather. So,
I really don't much enjoy the snow personally, but here in the great state of Texas, it's just hot and humid, and I think we're running on like the second straight week of over 100 degrees today.
No thanks.
Yeah, I mean it's something, man.
No. So you guys, I'm just going to do a little housekeeping real quick. Again, thank you everybody for jumping on, and I hope you enjoy this live. I'm going to have fun. I wrote down the East Texas Gollum story. I sat and listened to the video probably 40 times, and I wrote it down as I was listening to it. But in doing that, I memorized it. So I'm just going to keep this just in case. We're going to read a couple of stories. We might have heard them before from some of these books, you guys. Okay, I just want to, get something. I just kept seeing that video of the East Texas Gollum, and it freaks me out. I'm going to try to find that link, and I'm going to post it in the Facebook page. I'll email it to you because you don't have Facebook, which you're one of the few people that I know that don't have it. If anybody out there knows anybody, or you yourself has had an account, you'd like to come on the show, you can shoot me an email at the Cryptid Podcast 72 at gmail.com. The Cryptid Podcast 72 at gmail.com. You guys, the giveaway is now over. I have not picked my winner yet. I'm just going and compiling all of the memberships on my list to make sure I haven't missed anybody. I check that every other day. And what I've done is from June 25th until yesterday, I've constantly kept people on that list, even if they no longer have a membership, because when I started it, they had a membership. So I'm going to follow through with it going forward. When I do giveaways for members, I will start it on the 1st and it'll end at the end of the month. That way everybody is on there and it's just a lot easier for me to keep track of. So thank you so much. And if you're interested in being a member, it's $2.99, and what you get with that is early access to a Saturday release show, which I do only once a month. And let's see, I drop new episodes every Wednesday and Friday, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. We do the Saturday night live stream every Saturday, 8:30 Central Standard Time, and that's it.
What's in the giveaway? Show us that magnificent hat.
Back there behind this wall of stuff, but it's kind of got like a really cool, like orange, yellow, reddish, sunset looking thing up here, and then it has like Bigfoot and little mountains in the back. You guys can get that honestly at a large retail store that has its headquarters in Arkansas, but I find them always hard to find. So when I saw 3 of them, I grabbed them. So yep, 73. Yep. I think you mentioned that to me before. Absolutely. But, and then on top of that, I'm going to give the winner of the giveaway these stickers, 2 different stickers for the podcast. Again, you guys know, I know it's not a lot right now. It's not a lot, but I promise you, once I start getting merch in, and the thing with me with merch is Pixie. All right, so when I do get more merch, you guys, where I'm running into is people, they want to sell it to me cheap, but I'm getting what I'm paying for. I'm getting cheap stuff, and I don't want to give you guys cheap stuff. Then people want to overprice me. And, it's like I was looking at sweatshirts, hoodies. They wanted to charge me $30 for the sweatshirt and everything. And then I have to go around and no, not 30, $48. I'm sorry. They want to charge me $48. And then if I was to make my money back, over a little profit, I'd have to charge you guys like $60. And there's no way in heck that I would charge anybody that much. That's just ridiculous. Same thing with hats. Absolutely no, dumb. So I guys, I'm looking for quality stuff to where I can definitely try to bring you guys good quality products at not such a huge price. So, okay, now I have an axe to grind, and you guys know me. I don't normally I don't call anybody out on anything. I don't. So I'm pretty good at letting things go, But hey, what's up, Atkins? Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate you, and I'm glad you're here. So my last live that I did during the week, which was Friday, my morning coffee with Dano, right? And this lady absolutely lost her mind. And you know what? I'm not afraid. I'm going to call her out by name. And on YouTube, her name is Cap Timu for $2.99. I wear it every day. Oh, okay. See, now live free or die. I'm kind of a little bit I got a little leery about Timu. So sell me why I should go to Timu. Is Sabrina in here? Oh, yes. Where is Sabrina? What's up, sister? I have enough service to go watch. Let's go. Okay. So here I go, you guys. You guys can be mad at me if you want, but yeah, I'm not putting up with this. So this person replied. Her name is Colleen Courtney 4484 on YouTube, and she lost her mind on me. Now I don't expect you guys to be able to read all of this type of stuff, but this is her comment. You are completely wrong about missing 411, these so-called alien cryptids, and she can't spell cryptids. No, we all respect David Paulides, spelled his name wrong. He's putting the puzzle pieces together. In 1951, Eisenhower signed. Yeah, okay. Eisenhower signed the first deal with what he called aliens. They are Nephilim. He wants technology to exchange for access to humans. Thank missing 411s. For experiments, mixing DNA of humans and animals. Start here. You have no idea what you're talking about. Angels, good or fallen, they are shapeshifters. They can take any form. Bigfoot are supernatural beings. You are a complete joke with negative to say about everyone. There are no experts in this field, especially you. You never heard of tall whites. Jeez. So I very politely replied, thank you for your comment. Thanks for your opinion. I never talk bad about David. I said there are people who are critical about him and his work. Here is where my opinion comes into play. Bigfoot is not supernatural. They are not Nephilim. I believe in angels. I love telling jokes, and I am not a joke. I have never claimed to be an expert in this field. Thank you for the history lesson. I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment. I believe everyone has a right to their opinion, but not everyone should voice that opinion. It is my opinion, in all caps, that you fall under the category of those who should not voice their opinion. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Now, I'm not going to get into the other stuff that she wrote because it is even longer than the first one.
Because there was a response, right?
There was two. There were two responses, and this lady lost her mind. What's up, GER? I hope I said it right, GER. Colleen, I remember the first time I did crack too. That's awesome. Brianna, how's it going? Yeah, thanks you guys. Again, I'm not one to sit there and get crazy and start talking trash. Richie, what's up, buddy? Yeah, it was yesterday. It was my Friday morning. It was my Friday morning live. It was, so it was just crazy. So, here's a lot of things. You guys, I've let a lot of stuff go. I really, really don't care, what she says. And I invited her. I said, "Hey, I'm doing a live at 8:30 Central Standard Time. What's up, Teresa? How are you doing?" Anyway, she left me a very nice message, on a comment on one of the lives. Look at JP, man. Thanks, buddy.
JP, yeah.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. So, it's a lot of stuff, I don't really let get underneath me. But guys, there's so much of this stuff that I try not to let get under my skin. But no, I wish I think her nickname is Karen, but her name is actually Colleen. So yeah, I'm calling you out.
The thing is, man, is like I say every single chat that I join, man. We're a family here. We're not about that negativity. We support each other. We're there for each other. And, but when people pop off like that, it's uncalled for. And I'll tell you this, the one and only thing that lady told you that I agree with is that there are no experts in this field, because that is the only thing that she said that has any basis in reality. But still,
No, and that's a fact. I can get on here. I can look at 80 plus episodes, and I don't know how many lives that I've done. Where have I ever said that I am an expert at this? Now, I'm an expert at other things. I'm an expert marksman. I've been shooting since I was like 7 years old. I was a expert marksman in the military. So I mean, that's what I'm an expert at. I'm an expert at drinking beer. But again,
man, I ain't an expert in nothing but sinning and praying. I'll tell you that.
Oh, hell no. Don't go there, man.
Man, an expert in nothing but sinning.
Yeah, see, I got this. I'm going to send out this link to a few people. But no, you guys. So again, I just want to say thank you so much for popping in here, spending a Saturday night with us. Again, my co-hosts, I have one that she pretty much just laid the law down. She's like, listen, I can't do it every Saturday. I can do every other Saturday. And if you don't like it, then you can bugger off. No, I'm just kidding. She didn't say that, But yeah, Sabrina will not be with us for a few weeks. She has awesome opportunity to do some tribal stuff. If you guys don't know, she's very, very big in her native heritage, and she's actually been invited to go to this one thing that is super, super. Stop that. You're fine. Okay, so 73. So I said earlier that Maggie, she works really hard and she plays a lot harder. And today she done wore herself out, because last week she barely was able to make it because she was out riding 4-wheelers and side-by-sides, and she had mud all up in her hair and everything like that. So, yeah, so she's like, listen, I can't make it. I wore my body out today. I was out doing a bunch of, grown up stuff. So I'm like, hey, not a problem. So, what do you know about Sasquatch? Ask me. And I'm a female swamp ape. So, there you go. That's what I'll tell people. But like I was saying, you guys, I appreciate you guys jumping on. I actually listened to this this particular story so many times. I have it memorized. And who is ready to get into the East Texas Gollum?
Let's go.
Okay. So I heard this East Gollum story about a couple of weeks ago, and I decided to send it to a few people and ask pretty much what their thoughts were on it. If they thought it was, what is it something you would listen to? A lot of people were scared when they heard it. And I was like, okay. So I listened to it, and here you go. So back in East Texas, this guy, and anybody who's a hunter knows that hunting can get rather expensive. And so him and his buddies, they had a hunting lease, and they like to hunt hogs. Now, anybody who's in Texas knows that hogs are very evasive. I don't know if there is a season on them. I think they're kind of like coyotes. You can just blast them when you see them.
They're an invasive species. You don't need a permit. You don't need a tag. It's anytime year round, any caliber.
Oh, hey, 73, if I could talk like Gollum, I would so do it. Oh, that would be so great. But so he decides, he really wants to step up his hunting. So he saved up and he got a thermal scope for his rifle. Now he's hunting these hogs with AR-15. Okay. And so he goes out one night because that's when the hogs are the most active. He goes out at night. He goes out to this hunting lease and he sets up at this tree. And what he does is he sits down with his back to the tree and he starts glassing. He's got a scope and he's looking and he sees nothing. He's out there for like easily an hour and he sees nothing out there. He's like, well, heck, maybe I should move. So he gets up and he moves about 150 yards away. Hold on a second here. He moves about 150 yards away to another tree and he sits up. And he's sitting there and he's glassing, and all of a sudden he sees some movement. He's like, oh yeah. Yeah, these hogs are coming in. So he's watching and he's watching, and all of a sudden he gets a better look. He gets a better look at what he sees, and he goes, I can't believe what? So he starts really zooming in and checking this out, and he describes what he saw, and he said it was a naked person. It looked like a naked human being, kind of like walking on all fours. And so he's looking, and this thing makes a beeline right for the tree where he was just at, not even 10, 15 minutes earlier. And he said he's looking at this thermal scope, and this is a good thermal. It's like a $6,000 thermal scope, and he's scoped in on this thing. And he said he's looking at it, and it looked like a naked human, but this thing was like fixated on the tree that he was leaning up against, and it started sniffing the tree and looking at the tree, and it just turned around and it sat down kind of like squatting, and it put his arms like behind his knees, right? And he's sitting there and he's looking around, and all of a sudden this thing just looks at him, and he kind of gets back off the scope and he looks back again. And he sees this thing. He thinks it's going to like raise up and like howl like a wolf or something. And this thing, he hears it clear as day. He hears, help me. Ooh. And he's like, what the heck? And so he's still looking at this thing. Help me. I'm hurt. Is there anybody out there that can help me? And this thing says this in a woman's voice. And so he scoped in on, he's like, I have no idea what this is. So he cracks a shot off. Bow, right? And he shoots over its head on purpose because he doesn't know what this is. In case it's a person, he doesn't want to kill a person. He shoots right above its head. It does not move. It doesn't move. It looks at him, and then it takes off to the left. So now he's sitting there and he's looking and he's watching, and now he starts losing it because it's like Piney Woods. And so it's moving, between the trees and through the brush, and he sees this thing and he sees it again, and he's like, oh heck no. So he takes another shot at it. Right? He takes another shot at this thing, and now it veers its course. And now it's moving away, because he just realized, okay, this thing's not heading in the direction of my truck. So this guy jumps up and he hauled butt as fast as he could to his truck, got in his truck, and took off. And he says, to this day, I have no clue what this thing is. And that is the story of the East Texas Gollum. He said that's what it looked like.
That is crazy, man. I got goosebumps hearing that.
But think about that, you guys. Think about that. He thinks it's going to howl or something, and he hears in a woman's voice, clear as day, help me. Is anybody out there? I'm injured. Please help me. What?
Well, that's some good trigger discipline right there. on that guy's part. Mm-mm.
Oh, it'd have been done. Elmo would have gone bang, 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 bang on it all the time.
Thank you. I was scared until that.
I'm flinging hot rocks at him. Heck yeah. Anything like that. Let's see. That makes me think of all the times I've been out there at night by myself. Couldn't imagine the feeling. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, I honestly do not know. I have no idea. Elmo's not in the woods. Elmo's behind you.
And Steamboat says, man, I got to stop drinking tequila and getting shot at.
Nice. That's hilarious. I'd be deaf the day Elmo. Oh, you saw what Sabrina said. I'm in the woods. Come on. Elmo's not in the woods. But no, you guys, that's pretty cool. Dano, did you see the one with the guy who was deer hunting from a tower and saw something similar, and it startled him so he said a 4-letter word and it hurt it. What? No way. No, absolutely not. Nope. So I watch what's War Stories?
War Stories. Yeah, that's the one that comes to mind. That story. Ooh,
I love that.
Goosebumps,
So
man.
now I know these guys were in the Army, and what these guys were doing, they were doing some like land navigation at night or something like that. And it was this one guy who went out, and as he's out doing this land nav or whatever, he gets separated from a couple of the other Army guys that he was with. And as he's, looking around, he hears something. So he's walking like down this path or whatever, and he looks up and he sees what he thinks is somebody up in this tree. And he's like, well, what the heck is, what is that? And so as he gets closer and gets closer, he notices that this is not one of his guys sitting up in this tree. He described it. Does Dan have that story, Wade? I don't have that story, but I will find that story. So this guy goes and he's looking, and when he gets closer, it looks at him. And he said that this thing, it stopped him for a second, and he was just looking at it, and he realized it wasn't what he thought it was. So this thing like turns in the tree and starts crawling down the branch, down to the trunk of the tree, and crawls down the trunk of the tree. Doesn't jump down, like, if I'm saying this right, crawls down. Okay? So what he does is he starts taking off and he starts running. And he hears this thing coming up behind him. It's chasing him. And this guy's, they're way out in the middle. Oh, I can't remember where they're at. But it's on him. Now, guys, they're out doing maneuvers and they have blanks. They do not have live ammunition. So as he's taking off and he's running, he can hear this thing coming behind him, making these noises as it's running behind him on all fours. And he's going with everything he's got. And he finally gets back. He finally gets close to where he knows the rest of the guys are. And he comes flying in there. Mm-hmm. And he is gassed. He is drenched from head to toe in sweat. And the instructors were like, what happened? What's going on? Did you fall down? Did you hurt yourself? Say what?
Why aren't you at your post?
Yeah, well, he wasn't allowed to go on post. He was out doing the land navigation. He's like, well, why aren't you finishing this up or whatever? And they kind of told him what was going on, and they didn't believe him. But still, you guys, our military is out there every single day, and I know they see crazy stuff. They really, really do. So.
And you got these guys are like running through the woods carrying maybe 30 pounds of gear on their back or their body. And you imagine like a full sprint, seeing something that terrifying running through the woods. Mm-mm.
Yep. Absolutely.
Way.
No, thanks. Who wants to hear my crawler or, rake story?
Ooh.
People call it a crawler. I call it a rake.
Yes, I need.
Does anybody want to hear mine, or do you want me to go ahead and read some stories from some of these books? What's up, 7? Oh, got 3 yeses. If I get 7 more yeses, okay, there's okay, there's no, there's okay. Oh, all right, here we go, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so your crawler is the scariest. That, that's probably next to my last encounter with Bigfoot. That's probably my scariest encounter that I've ever had. When do we go hunting is my question. Okay, guys, so here we go. So this was the summer before my Carlos. What's up? This is the summer before my senior year of high school. I had moved from Tennessee back to Washington State for my sophomore and my junior year of high school. I was dumb. I acted out, and I failed 2 classes my senior year, or my junior year. So I knew that if I didn't move back to Tennessee, because the curriculum was a lot easier in Tennessee than it was Washington State, I knew that I was going to have to do summer school or like repeat part of my, junior year or whatever. So I would not graduate when I was supposed to graduate. So I was like, no. Talked with my dad. He's like, okay, that's cool. I said, I'll be back after. So I go and I'm back in town and I'm talking with everybody. I'm hanging out with people. And I hook up with a buddy of mine who I known since my freshman year. And his family is more or less like a typical Southern family. It's, hey, how you doing? You can almost walk into somebody's house, especially if their parents really, really like you. And that's what, and I'm just going to call my buddy Logan. I'm never going to give him his real name. I'm never going to give his dad's real name. Logan is my buddy, and Mr. Eddie is his dad. That's truly not their names. So I made plans to go hang out with Logan for the weekend, unbeknownst to his parents. And so we kind of like sprung it on him at last second. So he's drinking a liquid beverage, Natalie, that you would probably like from your home country. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so I go and show up, and his dad answers the door, and he's like, "Oh, it's you, He goes, "Kids, you ever come over here and not just like eat my food and whatever?" And he goes, "What are you guys doing?" And we're like, we're just going to hang out, ride mini bikes and stuff like that. He's like, "Okay, whatever." And so we're getting ready to go and hang out. And he's like, listen, calls Logan in. He's like, "Listen, me and your mother, we're going to be going to this thing tonight. We're probably going to be home late. If we're not home tonight, we'll be home early tomorrow morning." He goes, "Do not call us. We'll leave the number of where we're going to be. Do not call us unless someone's dead or the house is on fire. Other than that, do not bother us." Like, okay, not a problem. So he's like, "Hey, let's go out and ride mini bikes." So we go out to the barn, we get on the bikes, and we take off. Now, his backyard was like 2 acres of like manicured lawn. His dad, that was his pride and joy. He was meticulous with his lawn. So there was like a little side path that went down the side of the side of the yard that where all of the, his farming equipment was, the barn was, a couple of outbuildings. And so we drove down the path and we went along the back side of the backyard near the tree line, and then went into a path that went off into the woods. Now, in the middle of these woods, I want to say it was probably 20 acres. There was an old like farmhouse, like super old. And so we drove by that. And once you go out through those woods, then it opens up to like all his farming plots where he would farm. He'd plant like soybeans, corn occasionally, tobacco, cotton, things like that, different crops. And so we would go all over, we'd hit like an access road. We'd hit like a dirt road. We just went and visited friends. And then we noticed it was getting a little late. So we said, hey, let's go back. So again, anybody who's ever ridden a mini bike when you're a kid, Codex of curiosities, first time listener to the Cryptid Podcast. Thank you so much for coming in. My name's Dano. I am your host, and I'm telling my rake or crawler encounter, whatever you want to call it. I call it a rake. So as we go whipping by, anybody who's ever ridden a mini bike when you're a kid, there's no brake. There's no brake. There's no such thing. I mean, there's one on there, but you just don't use it. So we're riding these things wide open. We're just going crazy, right? We come whipping through the, little sides of the fields and stuff. And we come into the woods. And as we're ripping through the woods, we go by this house. Now, my buddy Logan, he kind of slows down for a second. He kind of slows down, and which made me slow down. But when I slowed down, I kind of looked to my left, and I could have swore I saw something. I could have swore I saw exactly your feet or your brakes.
Yeah,
I could have swore I saw something standing or someone standing in the window of this old house. And so then, as I'm kind of processing this, I hear Logan's mini bike take off. Takes off, right? So I haul butt after him, and I follow him up to the pole barn, and he just dumps his mini bike. He just dumped it. And I'm like, well, okay. See, I've never seen him do that before. And then it wasn't like right by the pole barn. It's like you come around the path and you come up, and here's the yard right here, and it goes along. It's kind of like a little driveway that kind of goes back. So he just gets up close, and there's like a little pathway that goes to the back stairs up the deck, and that's where he dumped it. So I go running up next. I go, dude, I said, did you see someone standing out there by the house? He's like, yeah. Why do you think I took off so quick? And he goes, hopefully my dad's still here. So we go running up in the house, and no, there's nobody home. There's a note from his dad, not his mom, his dad. Listen, I figured Daniel's going to be staying the night here. Don't get in my stuff. Don't tear anything up. Don't let the dogs in the house. Seriously, don't let those dogs in the house. And he had 3 big old farm dogs, smelly, just big dopey dogs. They're super loving, super protective, but they're super chill. Like these dogs in the years that I knew these dogs up to this moment, I had seen coyotes come through the backyard. And all they did was they just kind of like, yeah, it's a coyote. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. So I never heard them bark unless like someone they didn't know pull into the driveway. And that's when they started barking. And then they'd figure out, oh, it's a person. I might know this person. Then all of a sudden the barks went down to, hey, pet me, So we go and we look around. And I think when we got back into the house, it was like 5:30, 6 o'clock. And so we were just kind of goofing off. And Logan goes, man, are you hungry? I'm like, yeah. He goes, what, we don't have any money for any like pizza or anything. He goes, I go, you got chicken patties? He's like, oh, we got a bunch of those. I go, he goes, let's cook those up. I'm like, cool. So he's in there cooking them up, and I'm doing the absolute worst thing I could possibly do in his house at this time. What I did is, anybody in the chat, if you have a Southern upbringing, I don't know how it is up here in the North.
It's a cardinal sin.
It is absolutely a cardinal sin. Okay, so Mr. Eddie had this big rocker recliner, oversized chair, and it was the most comfortable chair in the Mid-South, like legit. And sitting next to that chair was a nightstand or like an end table with a lamp on it, and then a window right next to the chair. And so what I'm doing is, you think I'm going to sit in the chair how you're supposed to sit in a chair? Absolutely not. I'm sitting in the chair like I'm laying on a couch, right? I got my head towards the window. I got the remote control to the TV. I got the TV up way higher than I should. And this is what I'm doing. So pretend that my phone is the remote control, right? So what I'm doing is, instead of clicking the button like this and just kind of click, I'm going click, 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 click. I'm just flying through his stations. Knowing I'm not supposed to be doing that, right? I'm just being so disrespectful. And I know that if Mr. Eddie walked through that front door, I legit will not be sitting here talking to you, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm sitting there and clicking and watching some TV. Then I might click to another station, then click to another station. And then I thought that I had it up so loud, I thought that I popped one of the speakers, ruined one of the speakers in the TV, and I'm like, oh crap. I am in some serious stuff now because I hear like this scratchy noise, and I'm like, what is that noise? And so I switched the channel. Scratch, 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 scratch. I'm like, oh man. And I almost got up to tell Logan, I said, Logan, I'm dead. I need to go home. I just broke your dad's TV. That's what I'm getting ready to tell him. And I still hear this scratch noise. So I flipped the channel like a few more times, and I'm still hearing this scratchy noise. So I'm like, maybe it's the channels that I'm going through or whatever. So I turn it all the way down. And then I hear scratch, 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 scratch. And I'm like, what the heck is that noise? Now, my head is probably 3 feet max away from this window. I could reach out and touch this window with my hand, right? So I hear this scratching noise coming from behind me. And I go and I turn around and the lamp is on. I turn around and I see this freaking face looking right, and he's like, it's like this, looking in the window. And I jump up. Think about the loudest, high-pitched, shrillish little girl scream you've ever heard in your life. And that's what came out of my 17-year-old body. I screamed so loud, not like, oh, I was like, ah. And Logan comes running. He's like, what the hell's going on? And I'm like, dude, there was something looking in the window. And I'm, oh, Jesus, Mother Mary.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm like, it was right there in the window. I was looking in the window. And he's like, what was in the window? And I go, look, it's in the window. And I'm thinking he's going to do one of these numbers. Nope. What does Logan do in all his infinite wisdom and his intelligence? He goes and gets right up to the window like this. And he's up in that window maybe 2 seconds. And he jumps off. Holy crap. I saw it. I saw something run along the side of the house. And he runs off. He goes into his bedroom and he comes out, throws me a shotgun. He has a shotgun. We start loading our pockets up with shells. And for the split second, I'm like, yeah, hey, what are we doing? And he's like, we're going to go out there. And I go, no, we're not. He's like, yeah, we're going to go out there. So as we go through the kitchen into the mudroom, he grabs this huge, hey, Anna, how's it going? He grabs this flashlight that's like on a charger. And so it looked like a mailbox. It looked like a lunchbox with a lens on it, right? A big battery in it, big brick battery. And he goes, there's another one. There's another flashlight in the drawer. I'm like, okay. So what do I grab? I grab a flashlight that's like this big. And it's one of those old rinky-dink plastic 2C cell, battery things. And you turn the flashlight on and you're maybe getting a 4-foot beam out of it, right? So we go out there, and as soon as we step out onto the back deck, we hear his dogs losing their absolute mind. So we start calling him, come on, boys, come on, let's go. And he turns his flashlight on, and you could barely see him out there. Now, a lot of the flashlights today would light the entire trees up. This flashlight reached out. At the time, we thought that was a great flashlight. If you understand, this was like 1989. This is 1989 time frame. So we go out there, and the closer we get, we're still calling for the dogs. Come on, boys. Come on in. And now we can see the dogs, and they're about 25 feet, 30 feet away from. Okay, so here's the path that goes between the tree line and the backyard. Okay. Now the path is big enough to drive a tractor through. Okay. So, because his dad would go through there to get to some of the places where he planted his crops. So he goes, and we're like, come on. And they're on the other side of this little pathway. We're like, come on, boys, come on. So we start getting up close to him, and we get right up next to him, and we're trying to pull them back, and they're not moving. The fur on the back of their necks and their backs are all hunched up. Their tails are up, and these dogs are like standing their ground. They're living in Florida. They're standing their ground. They're getting crazy. So we're trying to get him to come, and then we hear this like scream, like this guttural. It did not sound like anything I'd ever heard in my life, and this scream was loud and forceful. And I'm standing there, and I've got the shotgun pointed at the woods, and I turn to look at Logan. Logan's not standing next to me. The dogs are not standing next to me. I take a quick look over my right shoulder, and all I see are the dogs and Logan hauling ass back up to this house. And I'm literally for like a split second, it seemed like it was minutes, but it was a split second. I'm standing there by myself, and I hear this thing tearing up, like it sounded like it was coming towards us, like where we were just at. And I'm standing there by myself. So I turned around and I took off running. Now, I'm a lot faster than Logan was ever. I probably, as broke down as my body is today, I'm probably still as fast as, or faster than he is. So as I'm running, I don't know what compelled me to do this, but I'd stop and I'd flash the flashlight behind me. Why I want to see what was coming up, because I heard it coming up behind me. I absolutely heard it chasing me, but it was like just outside of this beam of this amazing flashlight that I had, this piece of junk. So I get up, and I get up to the steps, and I start jumping up steps. I think I touched maybe 2 steps leading up to the deck. And when I got there, Logan was trying to unlock the door or open the door, and the dogs were piling over themselves trying to get into the house. So we get in, we slam the door, lock the door, pull the shades down, and we're running around the house like a bunch of Keystone Cops trying to lock every window, pull down blinds or pull shades over, whatever, lock all the doors. We even took his dad's chair and stuffed it up in the stairwell because it made perfect sense to us at the time that if this thing could climb up and through a window, that this chair was going to protect us from it coming down the stairs. We had the shotguns with us. We had the dogs in there with us. These dogs were terrified. If I walked 10 steps, these dogs walked 10 steps. They wanted to be right next to whoever was next to them. They didn't want to be away from us. So we stayed up as late as we possibly could. I remember falling asleep. Fell asleep. The next thing I remember is I get kicked really hard in my foot. Like really hard. And I open up my eyes, and who is it? It's Mr. Eddie. And it's like 7:30 in the morning. Now, when we went out there, it was about 10 o'clock at night. You know, it was, yeah. So I'm like, oh, you know, what's going on? He's like, what the hell's going on? What are these dogs doing in here? Why do you guys have shotguns? And he's giving us a riot act. So we get up and we start just losing our minds. We're like, this was this and this and this. It was like a bunch of schoolgirls trying to tell the same story at the same time. And his dad just told us, shut the F up. What the hell? Blah, blah. Why is my chair on the stairs? And blah, blah, blah. And again, we tell him again, and he's like, listen, just shut up. Get those dogs out of here. Puts the dogs, we let the dogs out. And he's like, okay, I need to know what's going on. So Logan starts telling his dad what happened. Then he looked at me, and I was filling in the pieces that Logan wasn't telling. And he goes, okay, hold on one second. So his dad was a massive man. You know, easily over 6 feet tall, like 6'6", 6'5", whatever. Huge guy. He had hands like catcher's mitts. He was a big country farm boy that worked that land every single day. He goes outside wearing his cowboy boots, goes outside, walks around the house. Now, me and Logan, we're like this. We're like looking out the window. We're not going to put our face up to, even though it's morning now. And he stops and he looks behind him, and then he comes rushing back into the house. Doesn't say a word to us. Comes blowing right by us, goes into his bedroom, and I hear him opening up his safe. And he comes out, and he has an AR, and he's got extra magazines. He's like, let's go. And we're like, what do you mean, let's go? He's like, let's go. I go, well, I'm not going. He's like, Daniel, get your butt out there right now. And so I'm like, okay. So we go out there, and Eddie gets in the passenger side of the truck. I get in the bed of the farm truck, and I'm like, come on, boys. Come on. I'm trying to get these dogs to come up in here with me. And they're like, no, we're not having this. And so Mr. Eddie drives the truck right down the route we took our mini bikes down. And now I'm thinking once we get into the woods that he's going to kind of park back a little bit. Hey, Janet, how are you? I'm thinking that he's going to park back a little bit, right? No. What does Mr. Eddie do? He drives that truck almost right to the absolute dead center of the front porch. And he gets out and he's like, listen, where did you see it? And Logan just points right there. He's like, come on, what window? And he's like, Daniel, what window? I'm like, okay. I go, it's right there. It's that window. He's like, okay. So we've been in that house many, many times goofing off. We weren't supposed to because it was dilapidated. It was falling apart. And so if you walk in the front door, you turn immediately to the right. There's like a little step up, and there's steps that go upstairs. And then there's like another little landing and another little step up that leads to bedrooms and a bathroom. Then if it goes straight ahead, hold on a second. You guys give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Janet, thank you for making it into the show. Do you have any questions? Milkman, the one and only. And Steamboat, you said that you heard a metal gate sound. I'm really curious kind of what that was all about. Screams in the woods and a metal gate sound. Ooh. I've heard stories from East Texas about, screams coming from the big thicket. I live in Central Texas, so I live a little more close towards the populated area. But I hear in East Texas, there's a lot of action going on.
Okay, you guys, everything is fine. It was just the ghost that lives in my house.
Ooh.
I'm not playing. I'm being serious. My daughter is not home. She's hanging out with some friends. She spent the night there. And my wife is at a movie. So I heard something stomping around upstairs. Like legit, I heard it. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry. Back to the...
You got like the goosebumps, sixth sense kind of thing going on right now over there?
I heard it and I felt it. Ooh. Like I felt the vibration. So, where was I? Oh, so if you go upstairs, there's another like a hallway. It's a smaller hallway. It's got like two little storerooms in it. And then there's another step or a set of stairs that go downstairs and into Amity. That's not funny. That's not funny. So the second set of steps go down into the kitchen. So, and you could look through the front door and see right out the back door. Now, when you walked in, of course, it was a living room and there was a bedroom off of the living room. You walk into the dining room, there was another room and a bathroom off of that room, and then you went into the kitchen. Okay, and I've already saged it. It's not a malevolent ghost. It's not. I've saged it before. I've blessed my own house. I've had a preacher come over. I've walked through and read scriptures and stuff like that out of my Bible. So I watch his dad go up in this house, and I see him clearly walk into the living room. I see him clearly walk into the dining room, and then he kind of goes off to the right or the left, and I'm like, why is he going over that way? Well, then I see him appear again, and he goes into the kitchen, and he walks off over to where like the pantry area is of the kitchen. And next thing you know, I hear him screaming, "Start the truck, Logan! Start the truck! Start the truck!" And Logan starts the truck. Now I'm still in the bed of the truck. I'm looking over the roof of the truck, and I see him running. You hear him running too. He's got these boots on, and he's flying through the house. Now I look over and I see one of the dogs. So one of the dogs got brave enough to come down and hang out, see what we were doing. I look up and I see Mr. Eddie jump from like dead run, jumps off the deck or the front porch straight down. And he almost lands right at the driver's side of the truck. And he rips it open. Logan's already back to the passenger seat. He gets in, puts it in gear, takes off, like puts in reverse, almost takes out the dog. But the dog is like had superpowers and just kind of like did a Matrix move and got out of the way. And then he took off. Now, this is what made me really think and believe that Mr. Eddie saw something or heard something. Now, all I know is that they said Logan said his dad heard something. And he would never talk about it. But Mr. Eddie drove the farm truck through his backyard, like legit tore his backyard up and almost ran his truck into the back deck of the house. Jumped out of the car or truck, ran into the house, made a phone call, and about like 20 or 30 minutes later, you hear this semi truck rolling down the road, and it pulls into Mr. Eddie's driveway and pulls over next to the pole barn. And there's an excavator on the back of this truck. So he goes up, talks to the truck driver. They unload the excavator. I'm standing out there looking at what's going on. I'm still looking at the wood, seeing if anything's had come running up here. And Mr. Eddie gets in the cab of the excavator and he drives it down. Now, he didn't drive the excavator across his lawn, but he drove it back down the way we went the first time. And so now Logan jumps into the farm truck and we follow him down. And by the time we get down there, his dad had started tearing this house down. He completely leveled this entire house. Completely leveled it. And then torched the whole thing. Set the whole thing on fire. Now, years later, because Eddie, Mr. Eddie was a very private person when it came to, anything that he thought someone would think was weird or whatever. Logan and I never talked about it at all. Never talked about it. Years later, I'm back home in Tennessee and I'm visiting friends and family, and I take my daughter with me and we go, "Hey Ryan, what's going on?" We go into an IHOP and I see Logan. And I'm, "Logan, what's going on, man?" He's like, "Dude, how's it going?" I introduced him to my daughter. So he's like, "You're a dad? Are you kidding me?" Because in high school, I didn't think I was ever going to want kids. I was having too much fun. And I go, "Yeah, And I said, "Hey, man," I said, "Do you remember?" He's like, he didn't even have to hear me say what I was going to say. He goes, "Yeah, I remember." And he's like, "Dan," he goes, "Bud, just like back in the day, I just don't want to talk about it." And I'm thinking, man, this is like years ago, dude. This is like 20 something years ago. And, he's like, I just don't want to talk about it. I said, well, what happened? He's like, all my dad said is that he heard something. He wouldn't get into detail. And I go, well, how's your dad doing? He's like, oh, him and my mom are great. His dad's now his dad would be in his 80s now, but they live in Florida, down on the Gulf Coast. And he sold the property to Logan, and it was pretty much dirt cheap. But then opportunities started popping up, and Logan wound up selling parts of the property. So what pretty much is, as far as I know, that he still owns, if he does, was the whole 7 acres where the pole barn was, the backyard, that main house, and then the woods. Everything on the other side of the woods he had sold off. And that was like another 200 acres of land or something like that. So, but yeah, so that's my my rake story. And I'll tell you right now, if I ever see one again, I'm going to do my absolute best to try to take it down because it's scary. Johnny Weld, what's up, man? Welcome to I'm seeing some cool names popping in here, man. Everybody's name is cool. But what I meant is I'm seeing new people. Ryan C's new. I haven't seen him in here before. If I have, I don't remember. I'm sorry. Then we have the Codex of Curiosities. Code Guz. Is it Code Guz? I hope I'm saying that right. And then we got Johnny Weld up in here. Johnny Weld, his profile picture looks like he's a rock star. So, what is a rake though? I don't know, Amity. Honestly, gosh, I wish I still knew. I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know. Some people say they're skinwalker. Some people are afraid of that skinwalker. People say that's what it might be. I don't know. I really don't know. And then people say, "Oh, it's made up. You didn't see one of those." Oh, yeah, I did. I absolutely did. So
I got a few questions for you about your story that you just told us.
Sure.
Question 1 is, what year do you remember the year that happened?
89.
89. Okay.
89.
And question 2 is, when you were getting the flashlights before you and Logan went out, what is a C-cell battery?
Shut up.
That's just a
Are
joke.
You serious?
No, that's a joke.
Okay, man. I'm gonna say, listen here, yeah, millennial.
No, but
hey, guys, can I just call you Curiosities? Because I don't want to butcher the first part of your name. Yeah, I'll come on your show. Just shoot me an email. Here's my email address. It's right here. The Cryptid Podcast 72 at gmail.com. The Cryptid Podcast 72 at gmail.com. Okay, let's go here. Flesh pedestrian. Yeah, it could be. Again, go ahead.
Answering the question that was asked a few seconds ago. Rake is depicted as a pale, hairless creature with glowing eyes, long limbs, sharp claws, often associated with causing psychological trauma to those encounter it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you what, man. Just
big eyes, a wide mouth, sharp teeth.
That's not something I want to come across.
No, absolutely not. So.
Did you get a good look at it when you saw it through the window?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Dude, it was like 3 feet from me.
Oh.
It was right there. Its face, it was like this. It was like. Its nose, it kind of looked like, the best way I can describe its nose is Voldemort. Anybody knows Harry Potter, Voldemort, how it's almost like he had no nose, but look at 2 slits. This thing looks like it did not have a nose. So, yeah. Draw a picture of it for us. I'll do one better. I'll find one, because this is the best way I can describe what it looked like. And let's see here. Now, I have heard people say that what I saw was a gray. And I understand a gray is it's an alien. And the best way I can kind of describe it, oh man, it still freaks me out even seeing this. That's not a good picture. That's not a good picture. This will have to do.
Pixie, pixie, pixie.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Teresa, for him to tear that house down. I mean, 'cause here's the thing. He never really bothered with the house before. He just told us not to get stupid and go out there and get ourselves in trouble by playing in the house because we might kill ourselves, you know? And then, like I said, when he goes running in there and checking things out, and when he got into the back part of the house, you know, he comes running out. When he hit the back part of the back part of that house, he was maybe in there 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, and before he came racing through.
So when you describe this house, I picture it as like a dilapidated, rundown house, kind of hasn't been occupied in a couple of, several years. Is that kind of how it was?
Yeah, but it had the whole front of the house. It had a porch attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
It had concrete, cement, whatever you want to call it, stone steps that lit up. It had 2 columns, like right by where the steps are, and they had more columns on the sides, holding up that part of the porch. And then it had the big door in the front. And then, like I said, it had a fireplace. I mean, it was a big old house. It had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms upstairs. It had the 1 bedroom off the living room. So it was a pretty big house. So let me see here. 1 second, you guys.
Yeah, Natalie, I think if you look it up, just with that alone, you're going to find the garden utensil. Holy smokes.
But it was not that color.
What?
It was pale, like whitish gray. That's what it looked like. And its head was not as oblong as that, but that's what it looked like.
No way. No, thank you.
Hey, JP, yeah, it was. It was looking at us. It was. It wasn't Anna. It was an old abandoned farmhouse. That's what it was. But you guys, look, that's the best way I can describe it. But again, it didn't have such the elongated head, and it didn't have that color of skin. It was like a ashen grayish white. Yeah, that's from the movie Signs. That's the best way. What's up, Burpees? Nice seeing you again. That's the best way that I can describe. That's what I saw. Old dirty shinobi. So, yeah, that's what I saw. And I don't ever want to see one again. Nope. No, absolutely not. So, yeah, exactly. Chelsea, what the F? Absolutely. So, Joanne, I started watching that movie, and as soon as I saw that thing, I had to shut it off.
Mm-hmm.
I had to shut it off. And a person I was with at the time, like, what the hell? Why are you shutting it off? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Turn it back on. I want to watch it. You go ahead. You can watch it. You can watch it all you want. I'm going downstairs and I'm going to play some SOCOM. Absolutely. And then I saw someone who named off a couple of firearms that I should have. Who says I don't? That's all I'm going to say. Who says I don't?
You were young back then, We're a lot more prepared now.
Exactly. Absolutely. So, all right, you know what, guys? We're not ending it. I'm just gonna open it up for some Q&A, and this is a Q&A for anything, you guys. You can ask me what my thoughts are on something. You can ask Chavez something if you want. You can ask me pretty much anything within reason. So, New timers, if you guys, this is the first time you've ever jumped into our chat, just leave us a 1. Put a 1 in the comments and then tell us where you're from. Actually, everybody. I'd like to know where everybody's from. I know I got some people from Arkansas in here, some from Scotland, New Mexico, Texas. So, what state did you say? That was in Tennessee. And all I'm going to say is Shelby County, the armpit of the South, Tennessee.
Greasebag, yes, I have had encounters. My episode was on the Cryptid Podcast. I believe, if memory serves, it was titled The Cryptid That Crossed Generations. You can go on there and find my whole interview.
I will tell you what interview that is. Because I have my phone here. Let's see here.
We got Kansas, DC. Wow.
Scotland, West by God, Virginia. Florida. Okay, so who said they're in Florida? Richie, you're in Florida? Crystal River, Florida?
What do we put on our pizza? Not pineapple, I'll tell you that.
Yes, absolutely. Are you kidding me? This is, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, this is my pizza order, okay? This is my pizza order. Ready? I like pan pizza with sausage, pepperoni, green peppers, olives, like black olives, jalapenos, and pineapple. And it is the best tasting pizza you'll ever in your life. Florida. Okay, people who are in Florida, okay? It is an absolute dream of mine to go looking for megalodon teeth. And I see things on TikTok all the time where these people are pulling up massive, like 3, 4, 5, 6 inch megalodon teeth. And then other type of shark teeth, like ancient great white shark teeth and mako teeth. So where can I go do that in Florida? Because that's what I want to do. That is like that's one of the top 5 things in my bucket list that I want to do. So, and let's see here.
Codega's Codex asks, how tall was the thing that you experienced, Dan?
The Bigfoot or the rake?
The rake.
The rake. You know what? The window that I was sitting next to was probably 6 feet from the ground. And I could see from upper chest up. So maybe 6.5 to 7 feet tall. Let's see here. I'm trying to find your episode.
Genovo, favorite Bigfoot movie. There's only a few Bigfoot movies that I can recall off the top of my head, but my favorite cryptid movie is definitely Dog Soldiers. I thought that one was like the biggest kind of one that messes with your head.
Everybody, Chavez's episode is titled The Beast That Crossed Generations, episode 29. And it was February 19th, 2025. And someone asked me a question here. What was it? Hold on a second. So you didn't say Bigfoot. You saw a rake out the window. Is that right? Yes. So the story that I told is the one that I saw. It was a rake. I didn't see Bigfoot. Now, I have seen a Bigfoot. I saw a Bigfoot in 1984 when I was 12 years old. My favorite Bigfoot movie, I mean, just for the hokiness of it, I'm going to say the Boggy Creek, the Legend of Boggy Creek, because it's hokey. Mm-hmm. I have not really seen any really super good Bigfoot movies. I think they get really free with what they say. And again, I understand that Bigfoot is different in different regions of the United States. And from what I saw, what I encountered, what I lived with for easily a year and a half, is nothing like, the Legend of Boggy Creek or any of these other movies. I mean, Terror in the Woods, It Lives, all this type of stuff. I mean, they make them out to be just so devastating, and they're bloodthirsty, and they have this bloodlust about them, and they just want to kill every human being they see. I don't believe that to be true. Now, are there rogue ones? Absolutely. But what episode is Colonel Greasebags on? Okay.
I'm not the biggest fan of them making all these Sasquatch movies about them being like a feral beast. So, Vo, to answer your question, Harry and the Hendersons is probably my favorite Bigfoot movie.
I didn't even like that one. See, I got to try to remember when I had Greasebag on. I don't think he was... I don't know if he was in my... I know he's not in my top 10 episodes. I'm trying to think here. Because I know it was a Dogman encounter. I'll find it and I'll post it. I'll find it. I'll post it. Venice, Peace River, and a deeper water. Oh, so Venice, Peace River, and in deeper water. So is there a place, Ryan? Is there a place like that I can just like snorkel like in a river or something like that? Or do I have to be like scuba certified to go down and get them?
Michael Barr just gave you looks like a good place to look.
Okay, so let's see here. I've never looked myself, but I've heard of megalodon teeth being found at Vortex Springs in Ponce de Leon. Keep in mind, you'll be snorkeling in a while. Dude, I've done the polar plunge like multiple times up here in Minnesota. So trust me, that Willie Shrinkling cold water, I doubt is as cold as water that I've been in up here in Minnesota. So, but yeah, thanks, man. And where is Ponce de Leon? Where is that in conjunction with like the next biggest city that I would know? Let's see here.
Let's see. It looks like it's in a little bit west of Tallahassee, so it's kind of up in the
the Panhandle. Okay, cool.
Panhandle area.
Cool beans. I'm gonna have to go up there. That's just one of my Peace River, Arcadia, Florida. People go all the time finding all types of. See, Richard, thank you so much. Everybody who's answering these questions for me, thank you, because you guys absolutely have no idea on how much of like a bucket list this is for me. Honestly, I think that if I find a megalodon teeth, I don't care if it's one that's like maybe this small or some that are like this, like 6 inches, whatever. That would be like one of the greatest things that I've ever done in my life. The only thing that's greater than that is, number one, being a dad and a grandfather. Number two, getting married to my wife. Number three, serving my country, and then finding some awesome fossils. I've always been fascinated in it. So
don't sharks lose teeth throughout their whole lives? So you can kind of find them on a constant basis too. It's not, you don't have to dig through the ground to look for them. You'll just find them.
I'm not talking about shark teeth. I'm talking about like ancient megalodon teeth, ancient great white teeth. Yeah. I mean, dude, these guys are pulling up shark teeth that are 30, 40 million years old. So,
jeez.
So that's definitely what I want to do. Let's see here. That would be cool. Megalodon. I would love to find a megalodon. You have no idea, like for real. So what? So they're in Texas. You're finding them as well?
Yeah. So I guess thousands and thousands of years ago, a good part of like Texas and a good part of the central United States was underwater. We have a lot of fossils. As a matter of fact, not far from here, we have the fossil trackway where you can see where different dinosaurs have walked through a riverbed. Actually, not far.
Yep.
Texas
That'd be
is
cool
a
too.
big place to find fossils.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. It was back in February, March. Okay, let me look. Anyone going to Bigfoot Festival in Marion, North Carolina on August 23rd? I am not, Wade. Wade, how far away are you? Did I ask you how far away are you from McMinnville, Tennessee? So, Camp Visitor Sasquatch. I think this is. Yep, I found it. So anybody that wants to see Greasebag McQueen's episode, you want to go to it's called Where the Big Dogs Live. It was a special Saturday episode 1. It was February 22nd, 2025. So there we go. And if anybody wants to know what Steamboat's episode is, I will. You know what? Since I'm talking about Steamboat, who wants to see a really cool video that I put on my TikTok channel that had over 184,000 views? Anybody want to see that video?
Right here.
Okay, we got one. Oh, dude, that'd be so awesome. Wait, if I can meet you guys. Steamboat wants to see it. Of course you want to see it, Steamboat. Joanne wants to see it. Anybody else want to see this video? It's only 34-second video, but it's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, okay, cool. Tony, thank you. Okay, you guys, here we go. Ready? 34 seconds. Steamboat, be prepared to answer questions. And here we go.
Wow. Every time I see that, it blows my mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Makita State Park is just down the road from Arcadia. So same park, the video of Bigfoot killing a hog was taken. What? I've never seen that video. Is it on YouTube, Richard?
Wow.
If that's on YouTube, I'm going to check that bad boy out. Kirsten, so that part is not fenced in. That's on the back side of that fence. And so it walked from left to right out of the shadows. And what it did is it bent down and literally peeled open a live trap like it was a sardine can. And they believe, Chelsea, that it's close to 10 feet tall, close to 800 to 900 pounds, and it goes by the name Samson.
Samson. That's an interesting name.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan, I've looked at that again and again and again, and I'm not saying you're not seeing something, but I could not see it. I looked and looked and looked. And again, where the light source is coming from is from like a motion light that's coming from the left. And then the camera, from what I understand, the owner actually moved the camera to film that area because he believes he saw something back there like the previous night or a couple of nights prior to this being caught on camera. So
where did the dog whimpering come from in that video?
I have a feeling that this was taped from an inside camera and not outside. I think it was taped from an inside camera, and the dog knew something was going on. And that's what we're hearing. You can Google it. A whole group of people at the park witnessed it, stopped and got video. It's pronounced Myaca State Park. Imagine it is a parent waiting for one. I believe, I'm not saying that that's not possible, Ryan, but again, I'll look again. I'm looking on a 32-inch monitor, and I really didn't see it.
Oh, okay. It's often associated with the classic skunk ape picture that like pops up whenever you type in Florida skunk ape. It's the same area where that picture was taken of the quintessential skunk ape.
That's where that pig, the hog killing so is it a Sasquatch or is it a skunk ape killing the hogs?
So it's just the area where that picture was taken of the skunk ape is the same area that Richard is talking about.
Oh, okay.
There's a separate video that we haven't seen yet that shows it killing the hogs.
I've got to see that. I'm going to Google it. I'm going to Google it right now. He said, what do I need to Google it whole group. I'm just going to Google Bigfoot killing hog.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Alexa, bring up Ozzy Osbourne, Bark at the Moon. If that works, that's going to be awesome.
Well, my Alexa or my Hey Google machine is now at your command, I guess.
Nice. I was sitting there talking to my wife one night, and our Alexa just popped on and started talking. We're like, what? So I just walked over.
Yeah,
Richard, area as Apple eating Bigfoot. What? Oh, Richard, my gosh.
If you could find that link and try and send it or post it, we would love to see the video that you're talking about. I don't think that we've seen it. Oh, yes, the legendary Ozzy Osbourne is gone now.
Oh, for sure. I don't want wild hog. I want to hunt hog. I want to go hunt hogs, but
they are absolutely everywhere, man. Especially here where we're at, and here and there where Steamboat is at. He has it even worse than we do.
Okay, let's see here. Man. That's disappointing because I just did that. So many videos of the AI Bigfoots. Hey, I just did a bunch of nose candy and blah, blah, blah. Those are funny, but come on now. Woolly boogers, wood boogers, absolutely. All right. Oh, you just set off everyone's Alexa.
I don't know what you said, but it worked on mine.
That's awesome. Hey, so if you guys are fans of Ozzy Osbourne or the Osbournes or anything like that, go on, if you have it, go on Prime and Amazon Prime Video, and they have all 4 seasons of the Osbournes on there. And I remember watching those. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little weepy, looking at some of that stuff. And yeah, Hulk Hogan passing away, Malcolm Jamal Warner passing away. We had like 5 or 6 celebrities pass away literally in like the last 2 weeks. We had 5 in 1 week pass away. I'm like, what?
It's been a hard week for famous people right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. Any other questions? Read some gory stories. Oh, you want some gory stories? I don't know if I have gory stories. I mean, I got some in here. Let's see what we got here. All right, you guys. I'm going to say Pick a number between 1 and 198. You don't get a pick, Chavez. Haha, Dano gets on me. Yeah, you better stop flirting, man. Do that on your time. And you got a woman, man.
Oh,
you better chill. 72.
72.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be rock apes in Vietnam. All right, Jason. Hey, man, thanks so much. And you know that we are praying for your dad, brother, and we're praying for your family. Okay, what do we got going on here? Rock apes in Vietnam. Now, I know I've read this before. And let's see. So we got 72. We got 20, 121, 68. Okay. I'll try to keep those 50. Okay. Yeah, listen. Keep your debauchery to yourself. I'm just kidding. All right, so this was an eyewitness. This person's name was Rick W., and it was in Doc To region of Vietnam. The sighting happened in 1967. Let me turn this light up a little bit, you guys. Sorry. So Rich said, I never wanted to be a soldier. I had all intentions of following in my dad's footsteps and joining the family appliance repair business. But when the war kicked off, my dad told me I owed it to my country. My dad was a World War II vet and not the kind of guy you argued with. So I ended up becoming a soldier after all. I was just a kid, barely a year out of high school, with no real idea of what I was getting myself into. But there I was in Dak To, swatting mosquitoes, trudging through the jungle. I was in the dry season, but still felt humid to me. A kid who grew up in Arizona. The temps weren't awful. Hold on a second here. The temps weren't awful in November, maybe even pleasant if it wasn't for, well, you know, the damned war. I don't want to rehash war stories, though. I doubt that you really want to hear them anyway. I just want to tell you about the day I saw something that blew my mind. It was in early November, not long after the Battle of Dak To had kicked off. Our mission that day was supposed to be very simple, and so they told us. We were to patrol an area and gather intelligence, hopefully stay out of a firefight. The terrain, man, I can still remember it. It was so damn rugged, practically untouched jungle. There were no paths, no trails. You just had to hack your way through the vegetation. It was exhausting. Sweat saturated my uniform, making it stick to my skin like cling wrap. And my boots, well, they felt like they were encased in concrete. The first sign that something was off came as a rumble. We all froze on high alert, and it sounded like an explosion, but we couldn't be too sure. Our sergeant, a real bastard, but a man who'd seen more combat than any of us could ever imagine, raised his hand, signaling us for take cover. We crouched down, hiding in the weeds and plants, straining to listen, trying to figure out what brand of hell was coming our way. Then came another explosion, and then a second, and then later gunfire. What the hell is going on over there? One of my buddies whispered. Sarge didn't answer. No surprise there. Instead, he motioned us to follow him, and we moved towards what was now obviously a battle. Our M16s were at the ready. I smelled the gunpowder before I saw anything. There was thick smoke that was hanging in the air. The jungle seemed to shake, reverberate with every gunshot and explosion. We were walking straight into a gunfight with enemy troops. Another 50 yards, and we were in the thick of it. About 20 of my fellow Americans traded round after round with those a-holes, but the effers were dug in deep. I couldn't get a count on these individuals. Well, they're using some slang, derogatory slang that I'm not going to repeat. There were less of them than us. I figured we could take them all. But before we could join in, something truly bizarre went down. 5 hairy creatures emerged from the jungle, appearing between the two sides. They were all around 6 feet tall, or maybe a little under, and covered in thick, matted hair. They looked like oversized apes, but these things were no ordinary monkeys. Aside from their size were their eyes. They were thinking, angry eyes. What the hell are those things? I muttered to myself. Sarge looked at me, his eyes never leaving the strange creatures, or shook his head. Sarge shook his head, his eyes never leaving the strange creatures as he aimed his rifle at them. The monkeys seemed to be unfazed by the battle going on around them. The other guys noticed them too, and the fighting seemed to go on pause. The VC were trading confused looks with each other and seemed as scared as I was. I think one of our guys shot first, but I don't know for sure. A hail of bullets sent dirt and leaves flying, and the apes bellowed in guttural cries of pain as a few of them were wounded. The apes hunched down, taking cover behind the trees and rocks. It was likely they understood war or survival. As I watched, the VC tucked tail and ran. I never saw that happen before, not or before or after, not even in the fiercest of battles. But any happiness I felt over the retreat was short-lived, as a stone the size of a bowling ball flew through the air and hit the ground near our position. It was thrown by one of those apes. We were soldiers and we were trained to fight, but we were trained to fight men, not these things. Then all of the apes began chucking rocks at us. It was like I was in a hellstorm, but the hail was coming down big enough and fast enough to kill you. Desperate and scared half to death, I fumbled to retrieve a grenade from my belt. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get hold of the pin, but I did. I pulled it, lobbed it in the direction of the nearest ape. It hit the ground just a few feet from the creature, coming to a stop within arm's reach of it. But before it could explode, that damned ape reached down with its long, hairy arm, snatched up the grenade, and with as much dexterity as any man, it hurled the grenade back to our direction. "Get down!" Sarge shouted. We dove for cover just as the grenade exploded nearby. Shrapnel rained down on us, and the force of the blast knocked me on my butt and left my ears ringing and my head spinning. I crawled to my sergeant's side. He was bleeding from a big gash in his forehead. Blood painted his face red, but he wasn't an easy man to stop. He aimed his M16 at the apes, sending one of them to the ground. His toughness, calmness, I don't know what word I want to use for it, but he inspired the rest of us to get our crap together and start fighting back. We all began firing at the apes, and just seconds later, the creatures retreated. 2 of them grabbed the one Sarge had hit and dragged it back into the jungle. A minute later, there was no sign of them. There wasn't much time to think about what had just happened. We had to give chase to the VC who had gone on the run. And we did. But like I said before, I don't want to rehash war stories, so I'll just finish my story here. There you go.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy because I remember hearing people talk about jungle apes, rock apes, mountain apes, and I mean, you think about if they're in that area of the world, it's a primate of some kind. You wouldn't expect something like that to go and throw a rock the size of a bowling ball back at you. And then what really throws it out there is this guy throws a grenade out and this thing scoops it out, no problem, and then zings it back at him. And he could have potentially killed a lot of guys with that grenade. So,
and I've heard talk too that over there in that region of the world, they're slightly smaller and they don't get as big, but they're equally stocky and capable.
yeah. They're saying, well, like you said, it's, either a little bit less than 6 feet or about 6 feet.
Well, think about this, man, like just in general, where they say a huge majority of the encounters that even, we report on here don't ever see the light of day. I'm curious how many military encounters happen from that, that time in our history that completely flew under the radar too, with whole firefights involving them and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And Steamboat says the crazy part is the rocks they usually throw at me are like pebbles, like a quarter sized or less. Yeah.
Jeez.
So, any other questions? Rock apes I've heard rolling in mud to look like. Yeah, the Iroquois. They had the Iroquois. I can't remember what they called them, but they battled with them. And what they did is they rolled in mud, and then they would roll in like rocks to give themselves armor, and then they would go and attack Iroquois villages. And the Iroquois was like, yeah, we're done with this. And yeah, because they used the rocks to not have the arrows or whatever penetrate them. So,
and they were like kidnapping people, women and children too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. So, any questions? Anybody got any questions? Want to hear another story? Let me know. Oh, wait, no, yeah, we got numbers up here. Let's see here. I'm gonna scroll up to see what numbers. The next one was 20. Let's hit number 20. Let's look at that. I'm gonna keep the chat up here. Can you see me scrolling the chat or no?
No.
Okay, good. All right. So I'm going to stay up here and look at this chat here. So we've got number 20. So number 20. All right. Hey, Natalie, let me know because I can't see what she replies. Natalie, let me know what book you want. You want book 1 or 2? Well, I'll just go with book number 1 then. So book number 1, and you pick number 20. The closest one is 19, and that is called Alien in Washington. Yeah, we talk about aliens and UFOs on here, so don't get discouraged. So 18. All right, Alien Washington. Jen Davis had an encounter sighting in 2016 in the Olympic National Park in Port Angeles, Washington. Jen says, Josh and I had been planning our honeymoon for almost a year. We've both been married before, so we didn't want anything big in our wedding. We didn't want a showy or luxurious wedding. We just went to the courthouse where the justice of the peace made it official. We wanted to put all of our money into a honeymoon and the memories that we would make. We were both outdoorsy people. Josh is big into hunting and fishing, while I don't do either, but I love camping, hiking, and kayaking. As such, we decided to spend our honeymoon in nature and chose the Pacific Northwest's Olympic National Park, to be specific. Being there, surrounded by the mountains and the forest, far away from the noise and the chaos of the city, was better than I could have ever imagined. It was just the two of us, and it felt like we were the only people in the universe. The first night of camping was perfect. Josh and I cuddled together under the stars, talking about our futures together and enjoying each other's company. I felt so happy and content, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. But then As we were gazing up at the stars, I noticed something moving across the sky. At first, I thought it was a satellite, but it moved too erratically. I pointed it out to Josh, and he squinted up in the sky. "What is that?" he asked, sounding confused. "I don't know. It doesn't look like a plane, does it?" As we watched the object, it seemed to get closer and closer. It was a bright light pulsing and flashing in rhythmic patterns. I felt like my pulse I felt my pulse quickening as I watched it, feeling more and more uneasy the closer it came. After a few minutes, the object suddenly shot off into the distance, disappearing altogether. Josh and I looked at each other, both feeling, just needs to say, a little spooked. "Maybe it was just a drone or something," Josh said, trying to reassure me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. We climbed into our tent, but I had trouble sleeping that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw this strange pulsing light. The next few nights were even weirder. We saw the same object in the sky, flashing in predictable patterns. We'd hike miles every single day, but it seems to be following us. And as weird as it sounds, I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be watching us. One night around 2 a.m., I heard a scrambling noise outside our tent. It sounded like something was shuffling around in the dirt, and I felt my heart jump into my throat. "Cha," I whispered, shaking him awake. "There's something outside." He rubbed his eyes sleepily, but then his expression changed because he had heard it too. "Stay here," Josh said, grabbing a flashlight and unzipping the tent. I watched anxiously as he stepped outside, shining the flashlight around. At first, I couldn't see anything, but then the light lit up something that made my heart almost stop. The beam of Josh's flashlight illuminated a figure. It stood a few feet away from our tent, just watching us. It was humanoid, but not quite human. Its skin was dark brown in color, and it seemed to have had a greasy appearance. Its eyes were huge and red. It seemed to be staring right at us. "Josh!" I screamed. The figure suddenly turned and ran away. I rushed out of the tent to Josh's side. We could hear the footsteps crunching on the ground as it fled. And when we walked in that direction, we found the ground covered in a sticky gelatinous residue, like the creature had left some sort of slime trail behind it. It felt like we were living in some sort of science fiction movie. We didn't know what to do or who we could tell. We were in the middle of nowhere, and we had just seen something that we could not explain. We cut our trip short and packed up our campsite, eager to get out of the wilderness and back to the safety of civilization. When we reached the nearest town, we stopped at a gas station to fill up. I so desperately wanted to tell someone what we had just experienced, but who was going to believe that? For the next few days, we tried to put the experience behind us. We visited tourist attractions, we ate really good food, and tried to act like everything was normal. But the memory of that creature kept creeping up on me, taunting me in my dreams and making me jump at every strange noise. We ended up going home 2 days early, but for weeks after, I was on edge. Only the passing of time allowed me to get some sort of perspective on the situation, and I accepted that. There are things out there I never believed, and I can't explain. Now, I know that there are a lot of people out there that were thinking something when I mentioned that it had left a gelatinous residue. And I remember saying this the first time I read that. Could you imagine if they went down there, stuck their fingers in it, go, yep. What in the world?
That was by far the most interesting bit of that whole story. Like, what does that mean, you know?
Yeah, well, my mind immediately went someplace, and because there are a bunch of ladies in the chat, I am not going to say what I was thinking about. So that's just not how I work, ladies. I'm sorry. I am a good old Southern gentleman. Boy, there's a whole side conversation going on this.
From, I think Adkins had the next story in line. It was 1:30.
Let me see. Let me jump up there. Good Lord. Did I pass it?
121, Adkins Thomas.
121. All right, Atkins, here's your story. 121. If you're still in the chat, what do you want? Book 1 or book 2? Oh, I'll tell you right now, if I'd have been out camping and I saw something like that, I would have found a container and I would have scooped up a whole bunch of that gooey residue. Everybody's saying book 2. Okay, Atkins, book 2, 130 what? 136?
121.
121. All right. So the closest to 121 would be. Okay. So Atkins, there's equal parts because there's no story that starts on 121. So you get to pick either number 14 or number 15. You pick 14 or 15, Atkins. Yeah, I know. Steamboat trying to work his magic.
That guy.
14.
Right, 14.
UFO in Illinois. Here we go. I think we should all just sit here and watch Steamboat. This dude, man. You need to simmer down, brother. All right, here we go, you guys. So Stacy McGee in 2010, in Galesburg, Illinois. Anybody in Illinois, do you know where Galesburg, Illinois is? Because I sure don't. So Stacy says, my best friend growing up was a girl named Mariah. Her family had a house. Okay. Had a house in the middle of the woods, and I loved going there. There are so many places to see and explore. We played hide and seek in the woods, pretended to be pirates on the creek that ran through their property. You name it, we probably did it. We were 11 years old, and like most girls that age, we had sleepovers at each other's houses. Mariah had a big trampoline behind her house, and when the weather was nice enough, we'd camp out in the backyard using the trampoline for a bed. We'd take our blankets and pillows out there, plus lots of junk food, and then we'd bounce around until we were practically ready to pass out. Then we'd collapse and fall asleep under the stars. It was amazing. One night, it was Mariah, our friend Sally, and Rachel, and me. And we were all out on the trampoline talking about upcoming school year. The boys we couldn't wait to see, the teachers we hoped we wouldn't get, and I'm sure you can imagine our conversations. It was well after dark, and I think we were all getting sleepy because our chattering had begun to slow down to a crawl. Actually, if I remember right, Sally was sleeping and snoring. Mariah was the first to see it, though. I know that for sure because she jumped up and started pointing at it. When the rest of us looked, we saw something floating over the trees nearby. I couldn't really see what it was, but I could see this big shape blocking out the stars. And it was moving very slowly, like a big blimp had just floated along at a snail's pace. It was just a little bit higher than the top of the trees. What made it even more creepier was that it didn't make any noises at all. Maybe we were dumb, but we didn't run inside and hide or tell Mariah's parents or anything like that. We just stayed there and watched it float over us. None of us said anything. I don't think we even moved. Then, without warning, there was an incredible bright light. So bright that I felt disoriented. I can't recall anything in my entire life being that bright. I couldn't see my friends. I couldn't see the trees. I couldn't see anything but this blinding whiteness. The next thing I remember is standing in Mariah's house and staring out the French doors that overlook the backyard. All of my friends were there too, standing by my side. That black object was still in the sky, but instead of gliding through the sky, it was rising up. It kept rising and rising until it was just a speck, and then it was gone. You'll probably think we were too stupid to live. What? You'll probably think we were too stupid to live, but we went back outside and got back on the trampoline. All night long, I kept waiting for it to return, but I dozed off and didn't wake up again until the sun was up. We didn't really talk about it at the time. I think when you're kids, your attention span is so short that you don't even remember an event that strange because it was quickly forgotten. I didn't ever really forget about it though. Years later, after we'd all grown up and moved on with our lives, I went back home over Thanksgiving. I hadn't talked to any of the girls in years. You know how friends are when they get that age. You're in and out of each other's life in a blink. To this day, I don't know where Sally ended up. I know Rachel and her family moved to Nevada, and when we were in ninth grade, Mariah and I had a falling out over something silly in junior and stopped talking to each other. But when I was home for the holiday, I stopped by a mini mart to grab some cigarettes. And who did I run into? But Mariah herself. She was there filling up her car and grabbing some milk. I recognized her right away, even though it had been so many years. I almost pretended like I didn't know her, but decided to not be so petty, and I walked up to her. Almost immediately, we reconnected. All of those past grudges were gone. We decided to stop by a local bar and get a drink and catch up. I didn't realize I'd missed her until just then. Funny how that works. We closed the bar down, and it was one of the best nights of my life. As we stumbled into the parking lot, I shielded my eyes from the big floodlights that they had lighting everything up. For some reason, maybe because I was with Mariah again, it made me remember that night on the trampoline. Out of the blue, I asked her if she remembered too. As soon as I asked the question, Mariah dropped her keys. She knelt down to grab them, not making eye contact with me, and mumbled, "I don't know what you're talking about." I was pretty shocked by that, so I tried to jog her memory. I kept asking her on about the big shape in the sky, the light waking up in the house. All the while she wouldn't look at me. She busied herself with unlocking her car and climbed in. I said, "Come on, Mariah, you have to remember." She started her car and shifted into gear. I thought she was going to drive away without another word, but then she said, "Nothing happened. I don't want to talk about it either." After that, she drove away. She'd give me her cell number when we were in the bar, and the next day I texted her and asked if she wanted to hang out. She didn't respond. I tried again that evening and realized that she'd blocked my number. I've never spoken to her again, but her response made me wonder what really happened that night. Maybe she remembers more than I do. It makes me wonder what I might be forgetting or blocking out. That scares me more than anything. There you go.
You know, I would say it was hard to believe that they didn't want to talk about it, but that's actually really common,
Mm-hmm.
Like when somebody else is involved and they don't want to bring it up, they don't want to comment on it later on, even though you were both there. Like even in your situation, that
Yeah.
that needs to happen.
Yeah, it's like with Logan and me, you know. All right, who was next?
67, I believe. And
Who was that from?
2 seconds. Let me find it. A couple of. Let's see. Tony Ritchie. He asked for story 68.
68. Tony, if you're Richie, if you're still in the chat, book 1 or book 2? You said 68.
Yeah, 68. Tony Ritchie, what book do you want to hear from?
Okay, well, it won't be that one. So it'll have to be book 1. That's the one I just grabbed, book 1. So 68. Let's see what we got here. You guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us. And I truly enjoy hanging out with you guys. So, here we go. Who's from Ohio? Anybody in Ohio? We got a Bigfoot sighting in Ohio. And then after this story, I'll do like a public service announcement, I guess, and kind of give you guys an update. All right, Bigfoot in okay, Amity, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
My stalkers call me Steamy. Okay, listen here, Steamy. You need to go pour some cold water on you. You need to chill out. The eyewitness name just so happens to be Dan. And the area of the sighting was Salt Fork Lake Park, Lore City, Ohio, and Mount Hood, Parkdale, Oregon. The sightings took place in June of 2002 and August of 2014. Here we go. Yeah. Someone get a fire extinguisher and put Steamboat out, please. All right, here we go, guys. Ready? This is a Dan, happens to be a park ranger. Hey, what's up, Scott? We had an experience there last October. Really? Scott M., please shoot me an email. I would love to hear it. I'd been a park ranger for about 8 years now. I worked in the Salt Fork State Park in southern Ohio. It was a place that I knew like the back of my hand, and I had seen plenty of wildlife during my time there. I was out on patrol in one of the more remote areas of the park. I had just finished checking on some campsites and was headed back to my vehicle when I saw something move in the bushes ahead of me. At first, I thought it might have been a black bear rummaging through the trash left behind some campers. But as I got closer, I realized that even though it was covered in coarse black fur, it was no bear. I was looking at a Bigfoot. It stood on two legs, and it was huge, easily 7 to 8 feet tall. Its arms hung down pretty near its knees. Those arms were thick, too. They looked like they could crush a car. Its chest was big and round, just like a whiskey barrel, but it may have even been bigger. I froze in terror as its piercing eyes fixed on me. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then it snorted and took a step in my direction. Now, I don't mind telling you, but I was scared, out of my mind. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were rooted to the spot I was standing. I watched as it started to lumber towards me, one slow step at a time. A Bigfoot. An honest-to-God Bigfoot. I never thought I'd see one, but there I was, looking straight at it, and it was coming for me. I could feel the vibrations with each step it took towards my direction. And then, out of nowhere, it charged me. I guess my survival instincts trumped my fear because I was able to move again, and I did. I turned and ran as fast as I could. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind me, and I knew it was gaining on me. I stumbled and fell, sprained my knee pretty badly, and I knew for sure I was done. The smell of this rank animal odor as it closed in on me made me think of a trash can on a hot summer day. That is such a beautiful aroma. Um, the kind you find full of rotten food and maggots. Yum. But the trash can was also sprayed. It was sprayed by a skunk. Oh, that is the greatest. It was the worst thing I'd ever smelled. Maybe it made me want to retch. Probably would have if I hadn't been so scared. Then, just as it was about to reach me, a group of hikers came along. There were 6 of them, and I guess that was more than the Bigfoot wanted to take on at one time. The creature backed away, that pushed into a big hedge of mountain laurels, and quickly blended into the woods. The hikers never so much as caught a glimpse of it, and I was too shaken to say anything. They helped me limp back to my vehicle, and I drove straight to the ranger station to report what had just happened. Now, you might think that's the end of this story, but let me tell you, it's just the beginning. I spent years trying to find it again, and I never went anywhere without a camera. I started doing my own investigations. I went back to the spot where I had seen the Bigfoot, looked for any clues that might help me track it down or find its den. I was obsessed. A few times I found some footprints that were way too large to be human and too distinct to be of any known animal. They were unlike anything I had ever seen, and I was sure they must be from a Bigfoot. I got a pretty I got pretty deep into the Bigfoot scene and would go to conferences and seminars, sometimes traveling hundreds of miles. I didn't tell my story often, but I did on occasion. Being able to talk to people who had experienced the same thing was comforting and reassuring to me. At one gathering in western Pennsylvania, I talked to a researcher who claimed to have evidence of Bigfoot. He said he had found some hair samples out on Mount Hood that he had believed belonged to the creature. He invited me to come to his place to see to see them and to go on an expedition with him. Skeptical, of course, I had to hear about uh, I had heard about so many hoaxers and false leads over the years that I didn't really want to get my hopes up. But something about him made me think that if I went to his house, he would put ether on a rag over my face. No, I'm just kidding. That if I let's see here, that if I didn't want to get my hopes up, but something told me about made me think that he was believable and might be onto something. So one summer, I packed up my bags and headed out west. When I arrived, he took me to a remote cabin. Oh, this does not sound good. Took me to a remote cabin in the woods where he had set up a makeshift headquarters. He showed me the hair samples, and they definitely were unlike anything I had seen on a bear, deer, etc. And they stank, just like the dumpster smell I got from the Bigfoot back in Ohio. We went on a couple of hikes to where he had found the hairs and seen tracks. We didn't see anything, but it was still an enjoyable day. Then, in the middle of the night, we heard something moving outside. At first, we thought it might be a bear or a cougar, but as the sound got closer, we realized that we were wrong. Just outside the cabin's just outside the cabin, heavy footsteps smashed through the dense foliage. We both went to various windows trying to see the creature, but couldn't make anything out in the darkness. Then a low growl sound rumbled through the cabin walls. It was unmistakable. It was the same sound that I heard all those years ago in Salt Fork. I grabbed my camera and was halfway out the door, not even considering the danger I was putting myself in. But just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. All that was left in the wake were footprints. We casted a few of them, and to this day I have one in my office. I still have yet to see another Bigfoot, but every time I'm in the woods, I'm on the lookout. the Aquatic News Network. Hello, welcome.
And Scott M, he says they found a lunch spot in the woods there, and there was deer carcasses as far as you could see. So it sounds like maybe Scott M has seen some of the same things that you just read out of that book in that same area. That's wild.
Yeah. Hey, Scott M, please, if you could, here it is. As I like to say, if you have had an encounter and you'd like to come on the show and share, shoot me an email at thecryptidpodcast72@gmail.com. Again, thecryptidpodcast72@gmail.com. I'll leave that up for a little bit. So, you guys, let me kind of give you guys a little update. So, you guys know my buddy Josh Smith, the host of Mysteries Unknown. A lot of people here know him, and he is legitimately one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. His wife is suffering from mold toxicity. She has a very severe case of it. And what's going on is they've had to move recently. They were living in Idaho. They moved from Arkansas out to Idaho in the hopes of helping her body detox. Now, if you don't know what mold toxicity is, please, I ask you, if you would like to look it up, go ahead and look it up. If not, there's the GoFundMe. Now, I set a GoFundMe up for Josh. It took a lot of convincing to have Josh okay this, because he did not want to ask for help. He did not want to. He's just a very humble person. So I finally convinced him. He's like, man, he goes, I don't want to ask anybody for help. I said, bro, you don't understand. This community loves you. They absolutely love you. They love what you bring to the table for them. So, let me do this for you. And so I set it up. Our goal is to reach $7,000. And this isn't going to be pocket money for him. This is going to go to his wife to help treatment, to pretty much reclothe them. They have an apartment now, but they don't have anything in their apartment. I think they have a couch, a bed, and a lamp. I think that's all they have in their apartment. They've had to move from Arkansas again. I can't say where they moved to, and the reason that I can't tell you guys where they moved to is because Stacy has a stalker, and the facility that he is locked up in, he's a level 4 sex offender, and for some reason he's able to get out, and like on a day pass or whatever. So when he has gotten out, he finds Stacy, and so he had to. So this is why I'm not saying where they moved to, but where they moved to is very, very beneficial for her detox. Now, what mold toxicity is in a nutshell, it's the mold spores. Black mold is very, very severe for her. In time, it builds up in your system. It builds up in your brain. It builds up in your bloodstream. It builds up in your body. And she's on medications, but what her body needs is to completely detox. And so they're in an area now where it's working. It's working, but this is not just a quick fix thing. She has to go through years of detox. She has very, very weird mood swings. She has suicidal thoughts. She just random rashes will just show up all over her body. Her body's broken out in hives. She's had open wounds on her body from this. She's lost her hair, clumps of her hair. So you're right, Joanna, it's a very, very serious condition. They've lost everything. Like everything. It's not that it was taken from them in a fire or a flood or something like this. They had to throw everything away that could potentially be infected with any type of microscopic, spore. Mold spore. Yeah, it can cause brain damage. It can actually lead to death. before they made their move, they moved like 2 or 3 days sooner than they were supposed to, just go down to where they were going to meet up with her doctor for a visit to see if it was an area that might be able to work for them. And they got her blood test back. And the levels of this mold that was in her body was literally off the charts. They sent it to her doctor. Her doctor replied back, "You need to get her out of there immediately." And this isn't a thing, well, we'll get you out of that apartment. And I think I have a picture. I hope I do. If I don't have it loaded up, I'll load it up again.
That picture was really wild.
Yep, let me load it up again. Because you guys, this picture, so they moved in this new apartment. Now, this apartment building was only 6 months old. The apartment building was 6 months old. The apartment they moved into, they were the only tenants of that apartment. So the apartment sat vacant for 3 months, and then they moved in. And when they moved in, they, of course, bought a new couch and a new bed and food and everything that they needed. And what happened was, look at you. Treachery. What they did was, so they get everything that they needed, and then about a month after, Stacy was like, "I'm not feeling good." She's starting to show symptoms of the mold toxicity. So they started looking around. They have a friend who has a dog that's trained to detect mold. And what they did was they asked to bring the dog in. So they brought the dog in, and the dog immediately started hitting on certain areas in the house. And so that automatically told them there's mold in the house. So they had someone come in and start looking, and they started pulling back some of the flooring that is right next to their bedroom, and they found black mold. And the mold that they found, they could tell right off the bat that this was not a recent leak, that this leak had pretty much been there since the apartment was being finished. The leak was behind the washer, and on the other side of the wall was like a built-in bookshelf. And when the people finishing it up decided to finish that up, they had taken, and a nail had hit one of the water lines. And so it sat there, and it leaked, and it leaked, and it leaked for 4 months, maybe 5 months before it was discovered. And just give me a second, guys. I'm loading this picture up now. I couldn't believe what I was looking at.
It's a shock to anybody who finds it like that.
Yeah. And it wasn't the inspector that came in to look and potentially clean all this stuff up. He's like, no one can occupy this apartment again. So here is that picture, you guys.
Unbelievable.
So what we're looking at here, so if you see like in the lower left-hand corner, that is actually their bedroom. This is where the washer and dryer is. This is the little walkway they go through to the bathroom. You know, if you go right there, you see this is where the washer and dryer were. And then if you keep looking towards the left of the picture, that's where their bathroom is. You know, if you look, you can kind of see a roll of toilet paper up there. So this was all attached pretty much to their room. This is just part of the flooring that was taken up. And this is everything you're looking at is black mold. And if you look closer, you can see that white pipe that's in that cutout. And if you look to the left of that white pipe, that is all black mold that's crawling up into the studs of that wall. And then there's also the dryer vent right there. And it's all those spores are going up into the dryer vent and everything else. This is what they lived with for 2 months. Now they've had plenty of people that's worked with them and said, we'll move you to a new apartment. And that's what they did here. They moved them right across the hall. And right across the hall, it was just as bad. So you guys, what I did is I set up a GoFundMe for Josh and Stacy. Now, I'm not asking for you guys to donate. If you can, that would be fantastic. I would love it for you guys to donate to me if you can. If you can't, please share it around. And if you guys can, please pray for him. Mm-hmm. Because Stacy, even though she's doing better, she's not out of the woods. She is really not out of the woods. And the inspector said that this mold has spread under the entire subflooring. So I think Chavez put the link up again. Truly appreciate that. Meth houses do that too. Yes, absolutely. If you move into a house that's been abandoned and you think and there was a meth house, yeah, you pretty much have to gut that entire house and rebuild. But why didn't Josh get affected? Because this mold toxicity, it hits people different ways. Mm-hmm. It hits people different ways. Now Josh has had some mind fog on some things, but it doesn't hit him like it hit Stacy. Now Stacy has some type of thing in her body where 25% of the population it hits them so hard and so fast, and that's what Stacy's in at 25%.
Some people just have special sensitivity to it, that others don't, but it can affect anybody with prolonged exposure.
Yeah. Hey, JP, thank you so much for the super chat again, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming in tonight and hanging out with us. It's always a pleasure and a joy to see you in here hanging out. You're very active in the chat, and I truly appreciate all the support you give the channel and just being one of the cool people in the chat. So I appreciate it. Not saying that everybody else is not cool cats, because you guys are. I really enjoy it. We have a great community going here, and I just want people to know that I truly appreciate it. Hey, what's up there, brother? Sasquatch Medic's in here. Mr. Miller, good night or good evening to you, sir. How are you? Dude, I've been seeing those pictures and stuff, you going out there and putting out those cameras and checking things out. And dude, you're right. Man's best friend is a dog. 100%.
Isn't it amazing that, dogs can detect things like that? I just think that's absolutely incredible. And it's a really good tool for them to have to be able to keep her safe,
Yeah. But I am going to say this, you guys. If you guys do find black mold in your house, the worst thing that you can do is spray it with bleach. Mm-hmm. Do not spray it with bleach, because I thought that's what you could use to kill it. No. What bleach does is you guys got to understand this. Mold is a living organism. If you spray bleach on it, it aggravates it, which releases spores. So, yeah, different things affect people differently, 100%. And I'll be honest with you, one of the worst things that affect me is stupidity. And I'm not saying anybody here is stupid, but it just, honestly, the older I get, I have zero tolerance for it now. Zero. My wife, she goes, one of my biggest pet peeves is if I'm driving down the road and I see someone on their phone, I will purposely pull up next to that car and roll my windows down, and I scream at the top of my lungs, "Get off your phones!" Oh, I lose my mind. I used to follow people just so I can give them a piece of my mind, but I don't anymore. So, All right, you guys, anything else? Any questions? Any comments? You guys want me to look up something for you? What do you got going on? That's why you're teaching us. Absolutely. What are your Achilles? I hear you, Daniel. Absolutely. It drives me crazy. Man, I don't know. Here's my thing. I don't know how I can compete right now with the whole little love conversation going on between Natalie and Steamboat. Oh my gosh.
Pour a bucket of water on them.
No, you just got to get the hose out. 146, 1 or 2, book 1 or 2. Yeah, that's crazy. Guys, here's the thing. Do not, if you cut your grass, do not, and under any circumstances, blow your grass off into the street, because I have watched it happen. I saw a guy on a motorcycle come rolling down, and he hit some grass clippings, and he dumped his bike. So he had some gnarly road rash. Horrible. I got ran over by some jackwagon on his phone. Yeah, absolutely. I wish, you could have a way to like prove that person was on their phone. You just like walk up and bash their windows out with like a ball peen hammer. So she said, Kristen, you say
book 2,
146, book 2, 146. Okay, let's see what we got here for 146. Okay. Oh, entity in Missouri. What does that mean?
What is
entity in Missouri? What does that mean? Okay, 143. 143. Here we go. All we all need. Yeah, absolutely, Nicole. We need to get dash cams for real. Okay, entity in Missouri. Sadie E. saw this in 2021 in Mark Twain National Forest in southern Missouri. Missouri. Here we go. I was 10 years old when my parents divorced. Their breakup wasn't anything unusual or dramatic, and there wasn't any great animosity between them. They worked out a custody arrangement that allowed me to spend most of the school year with my mom and summers with my dad. Of course, each period was broken up with visits and stuff like that. That's how things worked in general. My dad and I had what I imagine to be a pretty normal father-daughter relationship. He was a really good guy, but I could tell he didn't quite know how to raise a girl. He'd buy me the worst clothes at Christmas, always clothing, and it was always clothing too. Never dolls or stuffed animals or pretty anything girly. Poor guy, but he did try. He really tried. One of our typical summer activities was hiking and camping. I can't say I was extremely thrilled about it, but I enjoyed some of the sights and the occasional animal that we would see. Roughing it was definitely not for me, but for my dad, I tolerated it. In the summer, I turned 14. Dad had planned this trip to the Mark Twain Forest. He had gone there with his dad when he was a boy, so it had a special meaning for him. I wasn't too excited, but I also wasn't going to throw a fit about it. It was only 3 nights. I would survive. We left early on a Thursday morning and planned to come home Sunday afternoon. The weather was great. It wasn't too humid. The perfect time to be outdoors. We spent Thursday and Friday doing a bit of everything: sightseeing, some light hiking, exploring the area. We made camp near a small lake and did some fishing. My dad caught two more than me. Fortunately, he handled gutting them. Then he let me fry them up over a campfire. I have to admit, they tasted pretty good. It was just a regular trip. Nothing out of the ordinary. Not until Saturday. On Saturday, I asked Dad if I could do some exploring on my own while he fished. He agreed. He just told me not to go too far. Of course, he had to remind me, I can turn this up a little bit here. He had to remind me that if I got lost, to walk to the lake shore until I made it back to camp. Yes, Dad, as you wish. I was hoping to see a fox. I'd never seen one in person, and my dad told me that he had seen some when he was a kid. I knew the odds weren't great in the daytime, but I still had hopes. Well, needless to say, after almost an hour of walking aimlessly around in the woods, my fox count remained at 0. I was circling back to turn to camp when I saw something glinting through the trees. So I decided to check it out. When I got closer, I saw that it was sunlight reflecting off a window of a very old, very primitive log cabin. This was interesting. So, of course, I had to check it out. As I approached, it seemed pretty obvious that no one had lived there for a really long time. I mean, a long, long time. The roof was partly caved in, most of the windows had been broken, weeds were growing on the porch. It was probably dumb, but I decided to go inside. The steps of the porch were half rotten, and I had to pick and choose my spots carefully. I made it though. The front door was ajar, so I figured that meant going inside wasn't breaking or entering, right? I'm just entering, I guess. Since the day was so bright, the cabin was fairly well lit. The floor also had its share of rot, and a few actual holes in places. I thought about abandoning this fool's mission, but what can I say? I guess I'm just a fool. There was a big stone fireplace, and inside it were a few remnants of logs and ashes. There was a very moldy couch. Wasn't sitting on that, thank you very much. And there were a couple of tables with old rusted cans scattered atop, and a big pot that I assumed was used for cooking. One of the tables, there were a few books. I always enjoyed so so it piqued my interest, and I started thumbing through them. They were really old though, and westerns from what I could tell, not my genre. A ladder led up to a second floor, which I guess was more of a loft. I tried it out and I was surprised by it being so sturdy. So I decided to see what was up there. No, I don't like where this is going. There were 8 rungs on the ladder. On the 6th one, I was able to poke my head up far enough to get a view. In the far corner was a ratty old mattress lying on the floor. No box springs or anything. I climbed up another rung of the ladder and put my hands on the floor, preparing to hoist myself up. But when I did, I saw a murky light out of the corner of my eye. When I turned to get a better look, I saw what I can best describe as a fog. Fog in the shape of a person. I thought it was a person, and I was so startled that I flinched. I could feel the ladder teetering underneath me, and I started to fall. I grabbed at the floor, but my fingers couldn't get a grip on the hard wood. I was so concerned about falling off the ladder that I had forgotten about the fog. But then I had felt fingers grabbing my hair, taking a big fistful. It hurt. I was yanked hard, but it also stabilized me. The ladder settled underneath me, and I was no longer falling. I turned to see who grabbed me, but only saw the fog again. As soon as I focused on it, it seemed to break apart, a million little particles reflecting in the sunlight. Then it was gone completely. Now, even if I hadn't felt the hand grabbing my hair, I had just picked up I had just kicked up a I had just kicked up dust from a dust cloud. It wouldn't disappear like it just did. It wouldn't hang in the air and slowly it would hang. I'm getting stupid here. It would hang in the air and slowly fall back down and not vanish. I quickly climbed down the ladder and hurried back to our campsite. I ran all the way, and despite the nice weather, I was dripping with sweat. Dad was sitting on the edge of the lake, gutting some fish, and I must have made quite an impression because he asked what had happened to me. I almost didn't tell him. I was afraid he'd be mad for me going inside the cabin in the first place, but I was even more afraid that he wouldn't believe me. At the same time, I didn't want to lie to him. I guess my conscience won out because I told him everything. He sat there and listened patiently. Then I'll never forget what he said. Well, I bet you won't waltz inside a strange cabin anymore again, now will you? He believed me. We'd never talked about ghosts or spirits before, so I don't know if he was always a believer in the supernatural, but we had a good conversation. He also asked if I wanted to show him the cabin. I could tell he wanted me to take him there, but I passed, even though the ghost, if that's what it was, had kept me safe from falling off of the ladder. I didn't really need to see it again. There you go. Now we got some new people jumping in here. Sydney, Bailey, what's up?
I just have to say, man, if you go looking for this sort of thing, don't be surprised if you find it, especially in places where creepy stuff is likely to live.
Oh, that's 100% truth. 100%. 100%. I just heard my wife come home. Oh, man. I'm telling you.
Mrs. the Cryptid Podcast.
It's my best friend in the world. One of my favorite song, and I remember, I've done two things for her. One on I wouldn't say it was our first date. I think it was one of the dates after that. Because I had asked her, it's funny because who out there, when you're getting to know somebody, you kind of send them little questionnaire, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? Yes. You're trying to gather information, right? And I go, what's your favorite animal? And I kid you not, her reply back was stuffed. Stuffed animals. Because I learned later that my wife never grew up really around pets. And so she's very leery around pets, So one of the things is I bought her a little teddy bear. And then I come to find out, she was I could tell she was visibly touched by it. And she just looked at me, she's like, no one's ever bought me a stuffed animal before. And I'm like, aw. Well, don't get used to it, sister. I'm just kidding.
My man, Dan, winning it, life right there.
And then I dedicated a song to her.
Oh.
And I dedicated Queen's You're My Best Friend.
Nice.
So whenever she sees that, or if she hears that song, she smiles and she just looks at me and, nope, here's a stuffed animal. That's her favorite type of animal, stuffed. But yeah, so whenever I hear that, you're my best friend. So, yep. And she'll look at me, she's like, whatever. Ugh. We're coming up on 10 years being married, 11 years together, so. Hey, 7-3, are you rolling out of here, brother, man? I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for coming in. If you ever need anything or anything like that, man, shoot me an email. I'll holler at you anytime. Oh my gosh, LOL, my window. What's up with your window? What's wrong with your window, Steamboat? You international lover. This freaking Don Juan Steamboat.
Maybe getting a little foggy.
Yeah. Simmer down. You need to simmer down, sir. So, any questions, anybody? Come on. I mean, I can go for a long time if you guys want to. You guys want to jump out, you can jump out. If you got, man, she ain't stalking you, man. She's in Scotland. You clown.
And me not helping. Oh my goodness.
Oh. She's a bonny lass, mate.
Well, I'll tell you this, Steamboat. If she's from Scotland, she ain't gonna put up with no nonsense.
Heck no, she's not going to
have a
man.
reputation.
Steamboat. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Red eyes versus regular eyes. Well, it depends on how much I've had to drink.
Siren head. No, I have not.
It's a cryptid. I have not heard about that either.
I'm gonna look this up.
Oh, okay. So, Constantine, what's up, buddy?
Is that Constantine in the chat? Yes.
Yeah, that's my dude. Us Scottish women are tough. Absolutely. I'll tell you right now, Steamboat. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now because I know some Scottish women. They will not put up with anybody's. They will box your ears, man. Like for real. Seriously. So, Wade asked me to tell you this story. So this is crazy, and I wish Jason was in here in the chat. Jason, he went over to watch. Bigfoot Michigan Rob's channel, but so this happened in Lacey, Washington, and I had just graduated high school. I moved back to Lacey from Tennessee, and I kind of reconnected with a girl that I dated my junior year of high school, and so I went over, picked her up, took her back to my house. We had dinner. We just kind of hung out. We didn't, it was just honest and on it. My dad was there and everything. And so I was driving home, and it was like 2 a.m, something like that. It was like early in the morning. And as we're driving, I think I'm seeing like a drunk guy, and we're passing this big cemetery. Hey son, what's up, man? But as we're passing this, I see this big cemetery, and I think, like I said, a drunk person like climb over the fence and fall down to the ground, climbing out of the fence, over the fence, out of the cemetery, right? And so I'm like, what's going on there? And now the cemetery is on the passenger side of the truck, right? And it wasn't my truck, it was my dad's truck. And so as I'm getting closer, this thing starts stumbling. This person starts stumbling out into the road. So I start slowing down so I don't hit this person, right? And next thing you know, my girlfriend screams, and she like, go, go, go. She like smashes my leg down to step on the gas. And this thing, I thought I hit it, but it like lurched at my truck, and she's freaking out, and we're driving, and she's like hyperventilating. She's not talking. She's like just freaking out. So we get to her house, and she's like, did you see it? Did you see it? I go, yeah. What was he drunk? And she's like, it didn't have any eyes. It did not have any eyes. Like it was just, the eyes were gone. Yeah, absolutely. For real. So what it was, I don't know, but it came out of a cemetery. And it's funny, man, that you just put down Ellis Islands. I have an episode dropping Wednesday from Ellis Air Force Base.
I cannot wait to hear
about blue eyes.
Dude, that is insane.
Yeah. It is bananas.
So the stories from there go back for like several decades, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is wild.
It's crazy, man. It is absolutely crazy. I'll tell you what the name of it is. Let's see here. The name of that one is, let's see here. Bigfoot spotted on military base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty good when I got to talk to that guy.
And you were in the military. It seems like it's very, very common for, the military people, especially, to be told you didn't see anything and you will not say anything, or else your life will be ruined. So I mean,
yep.
That's
that's exactly what happened when I saw something. I mean, I saw something that. Yeah, we're still here, Jason, and I just told the story about that scary story that I had in Lacey, Washington. I just said, man, I wish Jason was back in here, but he's over watching, Bigfoot Michigan Rob. So, but no, it is. When I was at Fort Dix, New Jersey, and I was a 60 gunner, and I was sitting in my bunker, and I see this group. This patrol coming out in front of us, and there were supposed to be like 12 people, and there wound up being 13 because I saw something move out from behind some bushes or tree or something and fall in behind them. And that's when I said, hey, what's your count? And he's like, well, you could see that they were counting back and forth. So I'm watching them through a starlight scope. And that's when like the last two guys in the squad just jump up and take off. And then that's when someone popped a flare, which I completely lost all the sight from the night vision.
Mm-hmm. Completely blinds you. Yeah.
Thomas, hey guys, just got home from a concert. Can't believe you're still here. Very pleased though. What concert did you see? But yeah, and then I got pulled out of the hole. I got pulled out of my bunker, and one of the instructors like, hey, get your ass back to the CP. And so I head back up there, and then there's our captain, and he's like, listen, you guys, you didn't see nothing. You better not say anything. I swear, if you guys say anything about this, you guys will be ruined. I'll give you Article 15. I'll kick you out of the military. That terrified me. I was a 19-year-old kid, and I wanted to have. I knew from week 3 when I was in the military, week 3 of basic training, after week 3 ended, I knew that I wanted to be a lifer. I wanted to be in the military. I wanted to be an Air Force security police officer my entire career. And I look back on it, and I'm kind of resentful because I didn't end my career on my terms. I did. I blew out my ACL and MCL in my left knee. I had micro tears in both of them, and there was no way that they could go in and repair them, especially back in 1994, because they said they would have done more damage. They would have done more damage going and try to fix it than actually fixing it. So,
what did you say was an Article 16?
Article 15.
For us non-military folk, what does that mean? When you get threatened with that, what exactly does that mean for you?
If you get an Article 15, you're going to be losing rank. So if like you're an E5, say you're like a staff sergeant,
mm-hmm.
they could bust you all the way back down to an E1, which is an airman basic. You forfeit pay. Sometimes you can find quarters for X amount of times, or you can go to jail. And then what it is, it's the beginning of a dishonorable discharge.
Wow. So these folks that are, coming forward with these stories, I'm sure a lot of them have been threatened with the same thing, but like, it seems like you have a lot to lose.
Absolutely. Absolutely you do. Because everything, I loved the military. I had friends of mine who I'm still in contact today. And, they've helped me get through this whole, and again, I'm 53 years old. I've been out since 1995, and I miss it every single day that I was in. And, a lot of them are like, hey, I'm not going to tell you what they call me in the military. I'm not going to. I'm sure you can kind of figure it out because of my last name. But I'll just say, hey, Hamilton, they were like, you were the Air Force. You lived every single second of the Air Force. When you think about, the picture perfect security police officer, you are what we envision.
I'm also extremely jealous that you got to shoot the legendary pig.
Oh, dude,
That's
I humped that mother sucker. And I'll never forget, because I wonder if there's a group of Bigfoot talking about times they had. You know what, Brian? That is an amazing question, man. That is great.
good.
That is great, man. That is a fantastic question. So, but yeah, so I mean, I remember after basic training and tech school, I stayed at Lackland for like a bunch of us stayed at Lackland for like maybe a month and a half, maybe 2 months, because we had to do a secondary qualification, and it was M60 apprenticeship course. So it was like a 4-week course. Was it a 4-week course or a 3-week course? And you had to learn everything about the M60, be able to take it down, clean it, put it back together, change out the barrels, shoot it effectively. And I remember like this day, I was like the last one on the gun, and I had my 100-round belt, and you're 6 to 8 round bursts, so you're not melting the barrel, right? And so I was like literally the last person on the gun. I mean, we had like 12 guns out there, and I was like the last person on the range. And so I'm out there, and the instructor comes up, and he's like, "Hey," he goes, "you want to burn the rest of this off?" I'm like, "Sure." So I stopped, and I just took the clip, and clipped them together, and I'm sitting, I'm a left-handed shooter.
Really?
So I had to put like my ID card underneath over my left eye so I could effectively shoot this weapon, because it's a right-handed firing weapon. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So I get on the gun again, and now I have like probably like 100 and maybe 130, 140 rounds left. And he goes, "Okay, rock and roll." And I go, "Rock and roll?" He's like, "Yeah, rock and roll." You don't say rock and roll. So I'm getting up on there now. That's the 50. And I have shot the Ma Deuce before. So I'm sitting up there, and I just hold it down. And man, he kicks me so hard in the side. I mean, he blasts me. "What are you doing? You're going to melt that? You told me to rock and roll." Does the Air Force really train with weapons? I was part CADM as well. I trained people how to shoot their firearms. I was a small arms expert in the Air Force. So I've shot the Ma Deuce. I shot the M60. I shot the M240 Golf. I shot M16, M16A1, M16A2, M203 grenade launcher, Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher. I've fired Laws rockets. I've thrown hand grenades. I've set up Claymore mines, blown Claymore mines. Shot the German MG42. I shot the German MG3 battle rifle. The FNFAL. I've fired Steyr AUG. I fired, Beretta 9mm, the Benelli M4. I've shot so many things, man. I'm telling you.
Off on people for commenting ridiculous things.
I know you are, bro. I know you're messing with me, man. See, that's a funny thing, though. A lot of people, I've had people like just straight try to mess with me, that have never been in the military. And I've had people who were in different branches, just talking mad. I have shot the M134 minigun.
Wow.
I fired that too. Absolutely. Not the kind Jesse Ventura carried in the Predator, but I've fired a vehicle mounted M134 minigun. And that, you want to talk about fun? Yeah, that's good time, But yeah, it's people who've been in the military get a chance to, they have that camaraderie. And so say Thomas and I, we meet one day. Thomas and I, we could have a conversation, and everybody around us would have absolutely no clue what we're talking about. Him and I, we would understand everything we're saying to each other, And even though, I'm combat trained, I never saw combat. I never saw combat, and I kind of like look at my service like, well, you got all these guys going here, getting deployed there. So, that I was like in that that envelope of time where, hey, Crystal, how are you? I was in that envelope of time where yeah, I am a Cold War era veteran, okay, but there was no real conflict going. I mean, the Gulf War ended in 128 days. 128 days. I wasn't even out of training. It kicked off and it ended. And I'm like, what? I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, that's happened, you know?
Well, especially thank you and all the other service members for the things that you did, because it doesn't matter if you're deployed or not. The fact alone that you stepped up to be there for our country it speaks volumes, you know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, and I appreciate that, man. I really do. It was an honor and a privilege to serve. And here's the thing, and I'm sure Thomas would agree with me on this. I would do it all over again, even in my current state, the way my body is. It's 5:25 a.m. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
look at you, Natalie. I'm telling you. I would do it all over again, even with my bad knees, my bad hips, my bad ankles, my bad back, nerve damage in my arm and in my hand. Yeah, honestly. I mean, it's funny because when 9/11 happened, I was a big boy I was like 300, almost 400 pounds in 9/11. And I remember when it happened at work. I remember exactly where I was at, what happened. And as soon as I saw the first one fly in, I knew right off the bat, you know what? We're under attack. And there's no way. Hey, what's up, Cryptid Crystal? There was no way that was an accident. And I called it right off the bat. I went to my center manager. I go, listen, some bad stuff's going on in New York right now. I honestly believe we're under attack. We're under attack. No, blah, blah, blah. And then boom, the second one hit. And I go, yep, that's it. And they let us go home. We went home and I told my ex-wife, I'm like, listen, I gotta go. I gotta go down. I gotta hit someplace up. She's like, what are you talking about? I said, don't worry about it. And so she's like, where are you going? I said, don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Just, I got to go see somebody. So I drove all the way down to Air Force recruiter. And there were people lining up.
Mm-hmm. People
and I just walked in. I just walked in like I owned the place. Mm-hmm. I just pushed myself past people and I walked up to one of the recruiters. I go, where do I sign? And he kind of looked at me and he's like, well, what do you mean? I go, yeah, let's go. I go, I'm prior Air Force. I said, security police, let's go. It's like, well, hey, I don't care how big I am. I don't care if I can't run the mile. I don't care about this. I just don't. I don't care. What's up, Blue? I'm like, I really don't care. I said, I got something that none of these young guys got in here. I said, I got the grit. I got the determination. I got the I don't give a crap attitude. Yeah, I may not be able to run a mile anymore. And the time that you want me to, I may not be able to lift off. Put me behind the pig and let's rock and roll. And he kind of looked at me. I go to 60. Put me behind the 60 because we don't have those anymore. I go, well, M16, M4, I don't care. M203, Mark 19, Ma Deuce, whatever you got, put me behind it. I guarantee you we're going to start cutting people down. Mm-hmm. And this guy pulled me off to the side. He's like, man, I cannot tell you how proud I am to see guys like you come in here. He goes, you're like the fourth one today that's come in so far. And he goes, these young guys have no clue what they're getting, what they're getting into. And I go, hey, let's go. Let's do it again. Heck yeah. This old man would do it all over again. And then some it wouldn't even be a second thought. There wouldn't even be it'd be, yes, that's exactly what it would be.
I know people who signed up in that time and went over there, and they all say the same thing that you say. And me, I was only a small child when that happened.
Yeah,
so I was maybe 3 or 4 years old, I think.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't fault anybody who, like my little brother. He wanted to be a Marine in the absolute worst way, and so when he started, oh, buddy, I have no regrets. Crystal Cryptid, I have zero regrets of anything I did. I would do it all over again. No problem. I have zero regrets. If I have any regrets, they're personal. Like I could have been more understanding and more, what's the word I'm looking for? More understanding and probably like more soft with my daughter. You know, I raised my daughter. I had full custody of my daughter from age 8 until I got married again. You know, and I was strict, but I wasn't like overbearing strict, but I was so quick to react to certain things, you know? And I think I wish I could have been more understanding. Hindsight's 2020, you know, but you know, my daughter grew up very, very strong, and I'm very proud of her. I'm proud of all my kids, even though I came into the lives of my stepkids, which I hate that thing as stepkids. They're my kids. I've been around for 11 years. So my son, I was around when he was 11, and my oldest daughter, you know, I was around when she was like 18 or 19, you know? So, you know, I'm very, very proud of all of my kids, who they've become. Any parent out there, the one thing that they want, the one thing that a parent wants of their kid is their kid, two things actually, to be better than they were and to be good human beings. You know, that's what they wanted. So that's what I've always wanted, and all my kids have exceeded that. So, Dan, what was your brother's name? I've heard you mention. My little brother's name was Bobby. Bobby Lee Hamilton. He was a person that you either loved him or you hated him, but I'm willing to put money on it that you would love him. He was just a straight, easy, down to earth guy. Like I was saying, he wanted to join the Marine Corps. He wanted to be a Marine like our grandfather in every way that he possibly could be. When I got out of the Air Force a year later, I moved back to Tennessee, and he was down and out. He was homeless. I say that he lived life like a rock star, but he was never in a band. He was a very nomadic like person, you know, and he didn't like playing by rules. And I saw him one day, and because I had been looking for him. My mom said he was around, and he's living over in this area with his friends, and we call it the Flats. In Millington, we call it the Flats. And
yeah, I agree with John. If it was anything like you, we would love him 100%.
So I go to the Flats, and I find his friend, and I go, "Hey, where's Bobby?" And he goes, "Oh man, he moved out, you know, a couple months ago." And I go, "Really?" I go, "Well, where's he at?" You know? And he goes, "Oh, you know, I see him sometimes over the Connection." And that it was called the Connection, or it's called the Donut House, but it was a restaurant, kind of like a Perkins or a Country Kitchen or something like that. It was open 24 hours, like a Denny's, you know. And so I'd been out pretty much all day looking for him, couldn't find him. And so I went home, and then I met up with a buddy of mine. "No, man. Nope. I'm not helping you one bit, brother. You dug your own hole. You can lay in it, buddy. This is all you, pod. I'm just sitting back with popcorn enjoying the show." But so I go and I go into the Connection after going to my buddy, hanging out with him. And I sit down and I look over, and there's my little brother. And he's sitting at this table, and he's smoking a cigarette, and he's drinking a cup of coffee. And I see that he's pulling this change out of his pocket, and he's counting it to make sure he has enough. And the server comes over and takes my order, and I go, "That gentleman across the way." She's like, "Oh, you mean Bobby?" I go, "Yeah." She's like, I how often does he come here? She said, well, he comes in here, almost every night. And, you know, he can't usually afford a cup of coffee, but we give him a cup of coffee and he sits there and he'll eat sugar packets or, sometimes we'll get him a meal. I says, well, I knew what my brother liked, so I ordered him everything that he liked. It was a bunch of food. And she goes, why are you doing this? I go, that's my little brother. He doesn't know I'm back in town. And I heard he's homeless. And so he didn't look like he had eaten in a while. So I go and I order him this food and I said, just, tell him it's from someone sitting over here. So he brings the food and he looks at it, he's like, I can hear him. I can't afford this. I didn't order this. And she's like, your brother ordered it for you. And she pointed at me. And the look in his eyes. And I said, hey, man, come on over. So he gets his food and I go over to help him and we sit down and I go, what's going on, man? I said, what are you doing? And he's like, hey, what do you mean? What do you mean? And I go, listen, I said, Mom hasn't seen you in 2 months and I'm back in town, man. He's like, what do you mean? Are you visiting? I go, no, I'm living here. And he's like, well, where do you live? I go, why? And I'm not ashamed of it, you guys. I lived in a trailer park. And I go, listen, I go, I got a place. And I said, I want you to come and live with me. And he's like, no, I can't. I go, listen, man. I said, it's not a question. It's an order. I'm telling you, you're going to come and live with me. Oh, I'm not in the military, And I go, shut up. And so we eat and I said, okay, let's go get your stuff. And he goes, well, can we get it tomorrow? I go, no, we need to get it now. And I go, where's your stuff? And he goes, it's at the junction. And I go, at the junction? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I'm sleeping in Hobo Junction. And Hobo Junction was under a bridge. My little brother was living under a bridge. And so I said, let's go get your stuff, man. And so he had everything in a garbage bag. I said, let's go. And he goes, well, I don't really have anything. I go, it doesn't matter. Let's go. So we went back to my place and I had a bed in there and everything for him. And he took a long shower and he went straight to bed, which was okay. And, he didn't wake up till like noon the next day, and I'm sitting there and I had brunch ready for him and we talked and he's like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do. He goes, please don't tell Mom and Dad that I'm homeless. I go, you're not homeless. You're living with me. And, we're not going to talk to him about it, And so he goes, he's like, I need to do something with my life. And I go, well, what do you want to do? He's like, well, I want to be a Marine. I said, let's go then, let's go. And so I started running with him and training him and getting him to eat right. And I started getting him in better shape. And so we went to a Marine Corps recruiter and my brother signed papers. He took the ASVAB, did well on the ASVAB, got his job. He was going to be an artilleryman. He was super stoked about that. And then he goes, hey, what about you, the recruiter? And I go, I'm prior military and I'm Air Force. Now, I didn't tell him about all of my my ailments. I didn't tell him about my nerve damage. I didn't tell him about my knee. I was like, yeah, let's do it. So me and my brother, we worked out for months because my brother was a little heavy set and he needed to drop a few pounds. And so we were straight up just literally every day. And I chose not to get a job for when I first came back because I had been working since like I was 12 years old. you know, and I just needed some time. I just got out of the military. I just got done working in a slaughterhouse. So I had enough money saved up where I could have not worked for almost a year, you know, but after about 2 months, I was like, I got to get a job. And that's, you know, and so we start doing all this training and stuff. And I got a part-time job. And then we were still doing this training. And then I got a call from the recruiter, and I go in there, and he's like, hey, we need to talk to you in this office. I'm like, okay, cool. And tells me to sit down. I sit down. And he goes, hey, man, you got something to tell us. I go, what do you mean? I got something to tell you. I said, I'm telling you the best shape of my life. I feel great. You know, I'm running a mile in under 7 minutes now. You know, I used to run a mile. I used to rub a sub 5 minute mile.
Wow.
I think the fastest I've ever ran a mile was like 4 minutes, 51 seconds, something like that. Yeah.
I was averaging like 10 minutes a mile.
Nice. Crystal, what's up? I hope everything is going good with you and your family. Always going to pray for you. Don't be a stranger. You know, don't be a stranger. You are part of this family. So, so he goes and he tells me, he goes, we got your medical records back. And they like, how long were you going to hold back that you have nerve damage, that you have your knee was jacked up? I said, listen, I'll sign any waiver you need me to sign. And they're like, no, we can't take you. He goes, but I wish I had people like you coming in all the time. And I said, well, you know, and that kind of devastated me. So then I, you know, was a cheerleader for my brother, and I kept going with him and getting him all ready to go, and just said, hey, you know, let's rock and roll, man. We can do this. And he was going to MEPS, and anybody who's been in the military, you know, you have like that one final checkup before you get on the bus to go to the airport. And one of the people walking around saw my brother, and my brother was just drenched in sweat. Like he was sitting on the sun. He was so soaked with sweat. And the guy goes, are you okay? And my brother's like, oh, I'm a little nervous. And he takes my brother into this other part of this office building or room or whatever it's called. And he's like, we got to do a checkup on you, man, so you don't look good. So they took my brother's blood pressure, and it was blowing through the roof. And they said, man, we got to get you on a machine. So they did an EKG on him, and they did x-rays and stuff. And they found that he had a heart murmur, and they disqualified him. So he couldn't be be a Marine. And it literally put him in a downward spiral. I watched my brother's life go out of control. And there was nothing I can do. I helped him get a job. And is that your wife?
No, that's my Hey Google listening to you again.
Hey Google, play Ozzy Osbourne. Back at the moon. But you know,
hey Google, stop. It really listened to you.
I know. You know, but his life, it went into a downward spiral. And for the longest time, you know, my brother told me around that time when he was living with me, we were playing cards one night, and he, you know, my brother, a lot of people say, man, you talk your brother, you hype your brother up, you know, who doesn't hype their brother up? But I mean, he was legitimate. He was like James Dean cool. You know, he was like the coolest cat, you know, and he'd had a cigarette, and he was like, he'd sit back and he'd go, and I go, okay, what do you got to tell me? And he's like, you know, I'm not going to live to see 45. And I go, man, you better shut your mouth about that. So he's like, no, he goes, I'm not going to. And I got mad at him, you know, and I was like, listen.
How do you respond to something like that?
You don't. Well, I exactly did. Shut the F up, you know. Yeah. Shut up and play cards. You're going to live. You and I remember saying this. You and I are going to live to be old men. And we're going to have a picture of us when we're on vacation up in the mountain somewhere on a front porch. And we are going to we're going to be two old guys sipping some tea and laughing our asses off, and that's going to be a picture of you and me. We're going to have that on our wall. And he's like, heck yeah, we will. So, long story short, with my brother, he got married to a POS, and they had a kid. And he moved. I watched him lose 3 jobs because of this person, this woman. She would call all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. And he wound up losing a couple of jobs over it. Then they moved to St. Louis. She did everything she could to separate my brother from us. And then my brother got sick and tired of it, and he moved up here to try to get a better life. He worked with me for a couple of years and then moved to Arizona to take care of our stepdad, who was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And then a year later, or 2 years later, our stepdad passed away. My brother's life again started downward spiraling. And there was no way that I could do anything to help pull that plane up. And then he met a friend that he was friendly with in junior high school, and I knew who this person was. I knew she had a crush on my brother. She absolutely adored him, and they got together, and he asked her to marry him. And June 15th, 2016, my little brother passed away. And he was 42. And that was the day that that's the day that my life went into a downward spiral. And I did everything I possibly could to try to help my brother because he was super smart. I mean, legit, my brother, his intelligence was stupid high. And I tried to get him in a better place, and I wanted what was best for him. And after my brother passed away, my wife, I was having such a rough time dealing with it. And, I could have done more. I should have done more. I could have provided more for him. I should have given him more money. And she's like, honey, everything you're doing is amazing. But what you want, what's best for him, may not be what he knows is best for him. And I wish, I could have done more, but again, we all have people in our lives like that, and you don't understand if what you think is best for them may not be what's best for them. And it took me a while to come to peace in my heart. But
I'll tell you this, bro. Here's to Bobby Lee Hamilton right here.
Yeah, he would join you on that, man. He definitely would. I'm gonna share some pictures of my little brother if you guys don't mind.
I'd love to see a picture of him.
Dude's a rock star.
I've heard you tell stories about him. Sounds like he had a really good heart, and it sounds like, when he was kind of thinking clearly, it sounds like he was a really, really great person to be around. And I wish I could have met him.
He was never really a really bad. His temper, when he had his temper went crazy. It's because somebody pushed him to the absolute limit, and he was like a powder keg with a super slow burning fuse. Like legit, it was not
like that sociopath that he got married to and had a kid with. You mean?
Yeah. Now this isn't my brother, but I'm gonna show you guys a very rare picture of me back in the day. Okay, this is probably circa 86, 87, maybe. Okay, you guys ready? Here you go. You guys can see that picture. Hold on a second here.
No way.
Yeah.
Dude, those luscious locks.
There you go. You guys, that's me back in the day. Can you guys see that at all? There you go. How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Yep. There's me right there. Back in the day.
Would you say 80 what?
Probably like 86, 87 maybe.
Wow, man, I wasn't even close to being born yet.
Shut your mouth. Oh, man. So let's see if I got another one in here.
Oh, Joanna thinks you were cutie pie back then.
Shank. Nerd alert. Yeah. Was that the 8? No, that was probably a couple years later. Yeah, man, I know. I know. It does make me, it makes me stronger because I know he's always with me, and I know that, he's helped me make decisions even though he's not physically here anymore. I know he's still here in my heart, and again, people say, "Oh, it'll get better. No, it doesn't get better. When you lose someone as close to you like that, it doesn't get better. But what it does do is it gets easier, And I still have an amazing support system. I have my daughter, my wife, my children, my grandchildren. I have all these people around me that I look, and as a Gen Xer, I learned to push things down, and I bury them super deep, and wait for one day maybe for them to blow up. No, I'm just kidding. They, I like I said, I have great support system, and I couldn't be more happy.
Especially like you being in the military, you had to put a lot of that stuff on the back burner because you don't just get to like talk about it openly at the time, especially. So a lot of things get like pushed down, and we have to deal with them later in life.
Here's a picture of both of us when we were living in Florida. Let's see if I can get this picture here. Hold on a second here. God bless America. Come on. Let's see if we can see this picture here.
That's a lovely picture of the two of you. Which one is you?
I'm the blonde-headed kid. My brother's the yeah. That's when we were on we lived close to Daytona Beach, so that's where we lived there.
And holy smokes, Thomas! In 1987, I had already served 6 years. Gee,
yep, I saw that. I saw that. Let's see if I can find another picture of yours truly. Here's one picture of me when I was in the military. What's up, Debbie?
Debbie.
This is a hard one. There you go.
Hey, look at that dashing young buck.
There's that one. And then here's another one. I wish I had this. I wish I had the ability to make this picture really clear. But it's just the camera, it wasn't a great camera. So here's another picture of me here. One second here. Come on. Good Lord.
Not quite. There it is.
Yeah.
Coming through. If you plug that into a picture editing program, probably one that's on your computer, you might be able to clean it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll do that. Hey, Greaseback, thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate you. Have a good night, my friend. Don't work too hard. So, bad Farva. Man, why you use my government name? No, that's my gamer tag from back in the day, man. It's still my gamer tag. I'm not going to lie. Bad Farva. Yep.
Good night, Greaseback.
Greaseback, have a great night, buddy. But, yeah, so, sorry I kind of got sidelined there a little bit, you guys. I don't know. Every time I talk about my little brother, man, sometimes it hits me, and I'm doing all of this, and I just want to share it with him. I want him to be there, and you know. It's fun, and I'm happy that I'm doing this, and I'm excited about doing this. But there's just that part that's missing, because this is something I wanted to share with him. So I'd like for him to see it. I'd love to see him in the chat and, hey, what's up, you jerk, and blah blah blah. And then have him on and have him tell the same stories, and then tell some of the encounters that he had with those two juveniles out on that property that we lived on. What exactly did he see? And
yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. I know you had an encounter with him that you had told everybody about several times now. I wonder, how many did he have that you knew about?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I know he said that he saw two juvenile Sasquatch on the property in Graham, Washington, where I had my sighting. But it's how many did he see? How well did he interact with it? He told us a couple of things, but what did he see when he was out doing his own thing? Because he'd get on the go-kart and fly up and down this road. He was okay to ride the go-kart, but he couldn't ride my mini bike. I'd have jerked a knot in his head if he did that. Little jerk trying to grab my mini bike. That ain't happening. But yeah, your son is homeless, and it's hard for people. It is. It really is, Kirsten. It is so rough. Sometimes people don't understand that there's other factors involved when someone becomes homeless. And we try as relatives, as parents, as siblings, uncles or aunts or grandfathers and grandmothers, whatever the case may be, you have to understand that if they truly want the help, they'll accept the help. And I think I hit my brother at the right time. I was able to reach him at the right time to where he wanted that help. And again, when his wife was cheating on him and he left to try to move up here to get a better life for them, to make more money, because where I was working was hiring, and they started out at like $24 an hour, and this was back in 2000, 2001, 2002 time frame, and that was a huge step up from what he was making. And I'll never forget, it was around Christmas time of 2001, and Dakota County Sheriff knocks on my door. Is Bobby Hamilton here? I'm his big brother. What's going on? Well, I need to speak to Bobby Hamilton. Okay, not a problem. And Bobby comes to the door and he serves him divorce papers. And it wasn't just the point that the divorce papers, it was so hard for him, in the time that he moved to Minnesota to the time that he passed away in Texas. He saw his son one time, and his ex-wife made it to where if he wanted to see his son, he had to go down to St. Louis. He would get a 2-hour visitation with his son, and it had to be in a public place and supervised by a third party. And she was still ganking him for child support in the amount that he was making where I worked. And he almost a lot, he doesn't work there anymore. He didn't work there. And so when he passed away, and I had to get a hold of his son, and I had to get him to sign over power of attorney to me so I could bring my little brother home. And against his mother's better judgment, he agreed and gave it to me. And then they came up for his memorial, and she handed me a piece of mail, and she's like, well, how am I going to collect this? And I go, what are you talking about? And it was the amount of money that he owed on child support.
Oh, get out of here with that.
And it was like $70-something thousand. And she's like, are you going to help me get this? I go, I'm not helping you do nothing. I said, and I never liked this woman.
For people like that.
And she went to try to go talk to my mom. And I looked at her and I go, listen, if you mention one word of this to my mom, you'll be a corpse and my mom will be going to prison. Because you're not understanding that she just said goodbye to the apple of her eye. And there's no doubt. I mean, I'm not going to have any preconceived notions and expect that I was my mom's favorite because I was the firstborn, or my little sister was her favorite because it was the only girl. My sister and I both know that my brother was the absolute love of my mom's life out of all of her children. He could do no wrong. Honestly, my brother could kill someone right in front of my mom. And my mom goes, oh, he was taking a nap. That never happened.
Well, look, Dan, I'll tell you this, man. Thomas was absolutely correct. I've been watching your show almost since day one, and I could tell you wholeheartedly, straight to your face, if your brother could see you now, he would be proud of you. He really would.
Yeah, I know he would, man. And I know he would. And he would, he would do everything he can to get on here. And you know what? He would be here. He'd be my co-host and everything I did, And then, hey, Wind Clan, what's up, buddy? Thank you so much for coming on. Good to see you too, man. Yeah, it's just the way he is. He's just a phenomenal person. And when I think about him, I'm like, man, I should have done this and I should have done that. Like there was a time I wanted to bring him over to Germany. And just I wanted him to come and stay with me in Germany for like a month. I had like 45 days of leave saved up at one time, and him and I would have just traveled all over Germany and all over Europe. We would have just gone everywhere. That's what we definitely wanted to do. But again, it's certain things. And I always say, my brother lived like a rock star, but he's never in a band. I remember one day he told me, he's like, yeah, me and Sebastian Bach are buddies.
What?
And I go, shut up, dude. You are not buddies with Sebastian Bach. And he's like, yes, I am. I'm like, no, you're not, dude. And he's like, oh, you want to bet? And I wish I had the pictures still, but I don't. He sent me pictures of him and Sebastian Bach hanging out. Not just like at a meet and greet, like they're hanging out. And I'm like, shut up. He's like, oh, who the hell is this? And it's my little brother, Sebastian Bach, hanging out.
Unbelievable.
I remember now my brother, I'm going to put it this way. He was, we'll just call him the Candy Man. Okay. If you kind of know what I'm talking about, he was the Candy Man. And I worked at this club called Platinum Plus. Now this was a gentleman's club, and I was a bar back, and I was also like security. So I would escort the talent to and from their cars, and make sure that no one messed with them. So I remember we went there on my day off. My brother wanted to go there and hang out because someone needed some candy. And as we're standing there waiting, like these people come walking by, and someone goes up and like smacks my brother on the back, like whack. And I go, what the hell? What's going on? Right? And my brother goes, I'll be right back. And so he goes taking off after these people, and they go like in this private VIP section, right? And probably about 15 minutes later, because I'm standing up front still talking with people, and my brother was a big dude, like 6'2", and he was a stocky guy. And he comes back, he's like, hey man, I want you to meet somebody. And I'm like, who do you want me to meet? He goes, I want you to meet Tommy and the guys. I'm like, who is Tommy and the guys, right? So I go back in this VIP area, and can you guys guess who Tommy and the guys are? You can't guess? Any guesses in chat who Tommy and the guys are?
What do you mean, Tommy Lee Jones? Who are you talking about?
Not Tommy Lee Jones. It was Tommy Lee, Vince Neil, Nikki Sixx, and
Oh,
McMars.
yes.
And hey, Tony, good night, buddy. Yeah. He goes, I go, who hit you? Bigfoot truth. You have the longest live shows of anyone on YouTube. No, there's some other people that have some longer shows that I've seen, but I appreciate it. Maybe I'm trying to break a record, but no, I'm like, what? And he's like, for real. And I go, shut up, man. No way. And he's like, yeah. He goes, come on in. They want to meet you. I'm like, they don't want to meet me, man. And so we go in there, and I kid you not, as I'm sitting here right now talking to you guys, it was Tommy Lee, it was Nikki Sixx, it was Vince Neil, and it was McMars. And all because whenever they came into town, they knew who to call because they needed some candy. Absolutely.
That is insane.
This is just how my brother was. He was connected to people by candy a lot of the times, but once they got to know who he was just that kind of person. He was a nice person. That's just how he was. So I mean, I've had brushes with celebrities. I've met Keanu Reeves. I met him twice. I've met Hulk Hogan, Jerry Lawler, Kerry Von Erichs, the Texas tornado. I met him. I got bit by him. Who'd you get bit by? Oh, the dog named Anubis.
Dog.
Oh, I mentioned Kerry Von Erich. It was I got bit by him. Like, oh, okay.
I've worked movie sets for Clint Eastwood.
Nice.
I've served food to Shakira, and at my last agency, the first Hulk, I think he just passed away. His name escapes me.
What do you mean the first Hulk?
The first Hulk, the person that played the first Hulk.
Lou Ferrigno?
Lou Ferrigno. He was deputized in my last agency.
He passed away?
Wait, I may be wrong about that. I have to look.
Man.
I thought I may have heard that.
I'm looking that up. Everybody look it up right now. Lou Ferrigno passed away.
I hope not, but he worked at my last agency as a deputy. It was actually pretty cool.
I hope he didn't pass away. He's still alive.
Oh, is he alive? Okay, good.
He's 73 years old. Holy smokes.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, so what I got mistaken on was Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan did. Yeah,
Hulk
he
Hogan
just passed away. That surprised me, man.
Yeah.
That surprised me. But the one that surprised me the most was Ozzy Osbourne. That just floored me, man. So
it's been a hard month.
Yeah, it has. It really has. So yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner. Are you kidding me? He drowned off the coast of Costa Rica. He's out there swimming and he got caught in a current and it took him out and they retrieved him and there was nothing they could do for him. That's crazy.
So the crazy part was serving food to Shakira.
Really?
So she's actually very, very short. So I'm not even a tall person, right? But when I went and I walked her food out to her at this little restaurant that I worked at, I mean, man, she must have only come up to like right about here on me. It was really crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
See, you guys, I must tell you right now, here's the thing. Yes, it's the Cryptid Podcast, but when we do these live shows, you do not know what we're going to talk about. We're definitely going to talk about cryptids of some way, shape, or form, whether it's a Bigfoot, dog man, the East Texas Gollem, things like that. Anybody in here who did not hear me say that or tell that story, you want me to tell that story again?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody in the chat? You want me to tell my hips don't lie, Shakira? Yeah, Natalie Francis did too. And then there was like a Chuck Marciano or something like that. He was like a blues or a jazz player. I know his music. He passed away as well. So okay, so we're gonna tell the story again of the East Texas Golem. If you got here, I'm gonna see if I can load up the. Let me see if I can load. If you guys don't remember what this, if this looks like, this is what the, so we're going to be talking about this guy tonight. I already talked about it once. I'll say it again. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. Mm-hmm. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Steamboat has been really curious with his wife that he was talking about, and her dog named Anubis. Chuck Mangione. Lucky to have great. Hey, Low-key, how's it going? Gollum, my precious. Can anybody actually do like the Gollum speech or like the Gollum voice?
All right, guys, I'm back. Now, that was a potty break. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so here we go. Ready? So this happened in East Texas. The year I don't really recall because I don't remember hearing it. So if anybody knows who hunts, hunting can be pretty expensive. So this gentleman, went in with a group of guys to get a hunting lease. And so they rented this plot of land, and they the one guy who had this encounter wanted to step up his hunting game. So what he did was he went out and bought a thermal scope for his rifle. And the platform he was using was an AR platform. And the scope cost $5,000-$6,000. So he goes out to this hunting plot, and he goes and he sits up at this tree. So he's sitting with his back to this tree, and he's kind of scoping back and forth. He's glassing the area out in front of him, and he doesn't see anything. He's out there for like an hour and a half. He doesn't see anything at all. So he says, you know what? I got to move. I need to move. So he gets up and he moves about 150 yards away to another setup. And the view that he has now is different than the first one. So he sits up at this tree again, puts his back to the tree, brings up his rifle with his thermal, and he is slowly but surely, he's scanning. He's scanning the area back and forth. And all of a sudden he sees some movement. And he gets to look in, and he's like, well, maybe that's a bear. I'm not really sure. So as he's looking, he sees something like this crawling on all fours towards the tree that he was just at. And as he's scoping in on this thing, as he's watching this thing, observing it with his scope, his thermal scope, he said it looked like a naked human, like a naked person. And this thing proceeds to the exact tree that he was just at not too long ago. And this tree where he was sitting up against, this thing was like immediately just enthralled with this tree. It was sniffing the bark. It was looking around the tree. And then it sat down. It kind of squatted down and put its hands like behind its knees. And it's looking around. And it looks in his direction. And he's like, uh-oh, I think this thing can see me. And the next thing that he notices when he's watching this thing is that it lifts its head up. And he thinks it's going to howl like a wolf or a coyote or something. But what happens is he hears, help, help me. And a couple seconds go by, and he hears it again. Help, I'm injured. Is there somebody out there that can help me? Help? And he looked at this thing, and it's looking right in his direction. He goes like, this thing can definitely see me. So he takes the safety off of his rifle, and he shoots a round over its head. Now, this round, when it zings across over its head, this creature does not move. Not one bit. So then he cracks another round off, and it starts running. It starts moving quick. And he's like, oh man, I can't believe that if this thing starts coming towards me, I'm gonna have to take it out. But he didn't want to shoot it because he wasn't sure if it was a human being or not. And that's when he noticed that this thing was not moving in the direction that his truck was parked. It was moving away. So he got up and he ran as fast as he's ever ran to his truck, and he got out of there. And he saw this thing. What would you guys do if you're out night hunting for hogs? He's out hunting hogs. What would you do if you saw this thing through a thermal? What would you guys do? Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not sure what he was using, but if
AR-15
something in an AR platform, you should have a couple of rounds. So I mean, but if it didn't move when he put a round past it, I wonder if shooting it would have actually done anything at all anyway, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, what would you guys do if you saw something like this? What would you guys do? Absolutely. Do. I absolutely would too. Or what about this? What would you think about it? You're walking through some woods. You know, either you're just hiking through the woods, just trying to enjoy nature, or you're out there kind of scouting around to see what kind of wildlife's out there. What would you guys do? You hear something behind you, you turn around, you take a couple of pictures, 2 or 3 pictures, and you get home and you're looking at the pictures and you find this staring at you through the bushes. Well, that's what Harley Owens did. This is Harley Owens' picture.
Wasn't that posted? That taken on a video camera facing behind him as he was walking?
No, he turned around, had a camera in his hands, and he turned around and snap, snap, snap.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Or what would you guys do if you saw something like this looking at your house?
What in the heck is that? No way.
Mm-hmm. This has been around a little bit.
I would convince it with a.
I'm always sad. Yeah, what would you do if you saw that?
Probably convince it with the scatter gun to leave.
Or what would you guys do if you saw, let's see here. You saw that looking not only at you, but watching your grandchildren as they were playing out by your house. Yep. Exactly. Serious. I got some more pictures. I got to load them on here. I got a lot of pictures on my phone that people sent me. Or what would you guys do if you are, you're camping, okay? You're camping, you're chilling, it's you, maybe 4 or 5 people, and you hear something like this just outside the fire, the light of the fire. Get you. You guys go home, you check your Ring camera, and you find this audio on your Ring camera.
Here we go.
Or you guys are sitting out investigating an area and you hear something like this run away as one of you get up to go, say, back to your tent. What do you hear?
Wow.
You're going to hear that in your sleep. Or, now, the very first audio that I played was from Ron Moorhead, and it was taken up the Sierra Nevadas. And they believe that it was a male and female Sasquatch having an argument. And from what I understand, the male did not win that argument. Or you guys can look at some of the stuff and you can hear something like this. No? How about that one? Was that one pretty cool? Hey, Jason, good night, buddy. Thanks for coming back on, man. Appreciate it. So, all right, guys, we've been on here. Should I end it now or should I hold out for like another 8 minutes? What do you guys want to do? 8 minutes or close it out now?
Let's cross that 8-minute mark.
8 minutes? Hey, we're going to do 8 minutes. Natalie, for real, you're in Scotland, though. What was that? The last one? That was a Bigfoot howl. I got some more Bigfoot howls. Here you go. I got a Bigfoot singing. This is co-host Sabrina. She believes this is a female Sasquatch that's singing. Keep going. Okay, cool. All right. How about this one, you guys? So if you guys are familiar with Daryl Adams, he is up there in Owl Moon Lab, and he had his work phone out in his truck, and his truck was locked up and stuff, and there's like nobody around, right? And so he goes, the next morning, goes out to his truck and he grabs his phone and he realizes that there's an audio file on this phone. And it's not like someone sent him this audio file. This audio file was recorded on his phone. It's his work phone, and his work phone is locked inside his truck. And this is the audio that he picked up. You guys, that was an audio file that was recorded on his work phone while it was locked in his truck.
Wasn't he saying that he got it analyzed too?
That's some of his other audio.
Mm.
Some of his other audio. This is some of his other audio. This is like fantastic. So let's see. Here we go. What do y'all think about that?
Someone was asking for you to play the previous sound one more time. Richie asked for you to play the last one again, the one of all the random noises.
Oh, this one here? That one right there.
Vague
His records. Trust me, you never want to step in Bigfoot poop. That's as far as my research goes. But I don't want to step in anybody's poop.
I have so many questions.
Like, seriously, I never want to do that. Trust me. For real. So if anybody is new to the chat, I've said it a few times, if you're new to the chat and you guys like what you're seeing or what you're hearing, going over to my show or my regular, all my episodes, check those out. And please consider subscribing. If it's something you guys feel that's worthy of your subscription, I would truly appreciate that. So let's see here. All right, you guys, let's do this. So my buddy Jimmy, good night, Daniel and company. Thank you for making. Hey, man, Thomas, thank you so much. And brother, thank you for your service, man. I truly appreciate you. I thank you for your service, man, and just the support, especially when I was getting a little vulnerable. Guys, I apologize for that, but that's just me, man, a big baby. So here we go, you guys. This is taken a good friend of mine, Jimmy. Actually, I met Jimmy on TikTok, and now he's been on my show. So this audio is he's camping with his dad, and they're camping in a place that he likes to call the Area 51 of Oklahoma. And check these audios out here.
I heard. Ooh, that's a different sound.
Okay, so that last whoop, I asked Jimmy about that, and he said that was about 20 feet from his campsite. 20 feet.
That gives me goosebumps because listening to that video you just played kind of put me back in my experience where it was just right there and it was loud, man. Like that. Ooh, that put me back in my moment right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
It's just right there, right outside of you, similar circumstances, and all you have is the light that's around you coming off of your vehicle, and you're getting screamed at like that out in the wilderness.
Oh, for sure.
I remember it like, it happened yesterday, and that video just brought me back to that moment.
Yeah, no, crazy. Here's another one. Now, these are audios that he had taken from another area that they call Xanadu. And so you check this one out here. Now, what you guys are going to see is you're going to see like a green box pop up on the screen. And that is what they believe to be a Sasquatch. But then if you listen also after that, you'll hear more audio of more than one Sasquatch. And then all of a sudden, all the coyotes start losing their mind. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so vague hiss records. I'm not understanding your last comment here. My name is Daniel, though you would think it was get the F over here and sit down if you heard my pops talk. I don't get it. Oh, I don't get it. And hey, Chavez, do you want to tell your story? Because Richie would love to hear your story.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, my story goes back to the late summer of 2015 when I had my experience. And I was hanging out with a friend of mine in a small town in south central New Mexico. That's my home state. That's where I'm originally from. So at that time, I was a young buck. I was fresh out of high school. Didn't really have much going on in life. And I had just gone through a breakup. And because of that breakup, I was hanging out with another friend of mine, and we decided, late at night, probably about 10 o'clock, maybe a little bit later, we're like, hey, let's go cruise around town. Let's kill some time. So in doing that, we got a drink from McDonald's, and then we decided, hey, let's go out to the channel system, which is like in town, but it's not in town. It's right outside of town, and right at that channel system is basically the edge of a wood line. And this wood line follows the Rio Grande River, which is the biggest river in the state of New Mexico, and it goes all the way from the north end of the state all the way to the south end of the state. So we're parked right on the east side of the Rio Grande River late at night, in an area that's undeveloped, no artificial light of any kind, and we decided to go and park in a picnic area. So when we parked there, her and I, this friend, we decided, hey, we were young, and we're just like, hey, we ain't got much to do, so why don't we go and walk around the woods at night, because like there's a little trail away, we ain't got nothing else to do. So her and I, we jump out of my truck, and we get about maybe 25 yards away from the truck, which at that point was turned off. We're just walking through the dark, and I vaguely remember some moonlight, but not enough to see anything, barely enough to see where we're going. We're just using our phones as flashlights at that point. And then from about 25, we get about 25 yards from the truck. And then from behind me to my left, which would have been, we're walking south. So to my north, east, I heard off in the distance, a long, long way away, I heard the sound of, it started off as like a woman screaming bloody murder, just way off in the distance. And it was almost so far off that we couldn't really quite hear what was going on. So whenever I heard that, like it went on like for a long time, a woman screaming, and me and my friend, we stopped like as soon as we started hearing it. And it changed, the sound that I heard changed from a woman screaming into like the classic sound that you think of when you hear like an ape, like a chimpanzee, like the kind of thing. It changed from a woman screaming to the ape sound, and then it ended with like something like a chicken, like a rooster crowing in the early morning. So it was one continuous sound. And I heard that from way off in the distance. And me and my friend, we looked at each other. We're like, what in the heck was that? Like, that was really weird. So anyway, we're young. So we're just like, I guess it's no big deal. So we keep walking in the exact same way, doing the exact same thing we'd have been doing a minute before that. And we get maybe another 30, 40 yards away from where we had just heard the sound. And then we heard it again. And this time when we heard it, it was close. Like I said just a minute ago in the video that Dan just put up, it was like right there. And it was, I believe, on the opposite side of the river from where we were at. So it was basically straight to my east where we were at. And it was the same call, only this time it was like ear-piercingly loud. And we were doing this when it started. And it was the same thing, a woman screaming bloody murder. And then it changed into like the chimpanzee sound. And then the same call changed into like a rooster crowing, in the morning. And one long continuous sound lasted about maybe 10 seconds or so. And when we heard it that time, you know, it was close enough to, you know, be like, okay, we need to leave. That was terrifying. And so we left, and we walked back to the truck. We didn't run, we didn't panic or anything, but we walked back to the truck. We jumped back into the truck and we drove out of there like nothing had ever happened. And then me and my friend, we had never talked about like what happened after that. We didn't really talk very much after that, but I'm curious about my friend's recollection of that incident, because I mean, it was one of those things that happens that you just don't forget about. But I mean, like, I had a life going on, I had a job, so I couldn't really dwell on it. I just kind of put it on the back burner. And then it ended up resurfacing a couple years later, and that when it did resurface, you know, it kind of forced me to deal with the reality of the situation, and I had to like put some thought into it. And so my conclusions several years after the fact, after it happened over 10 years ago now, well, I guess coming up on 10 years ago, because I believe may have been in about sometime in August. I believe it was 2 different Bigfoot that I heard, and I believe that they were actually some way communicating with each other from that great distance away. I mean, I'm talking like far enough away for that noise to be almost inaudible to like right next to me. So that tells me it's 2 different critters talking to each other. And, you know, like that story and me having to put some thought into it is what led to me reaching out to Dan, and then me coming into this community and discovering, hey, maybe what I heard that night isn't actually all that rare, you know, because when it happened, a couple years after it happened, I talked to my mom, and my mom told me a really interesting story about something that she had experienced maybe 10 or 15 years before I had my experience, and like geographically only about maybe 40 miles or so away from where I had my experience at. And if you're definitely interested in that, then check out my interview with Dan. I did a lot of research and actually interviewed my mom and my grandfather about their personal experiences, and then I brought that information forward. And you know, it was very interesting because my grandpa, my mom, and me all had very similar experiences about maybe 30 years apart from each other on 3 different occasions. And that's what kind of really stood out to me. That's what kind of spoke to me through my experience. And then, you know, coming on here and hearing people's interesting stories and other interviews that Dan has. I mean, some people have seen these things, some people have heard them. I mean, Steamboat hears these things on a fairly regular basis. So, I mean, I could only imagine having that continued contact.
You know, Steamboat, you know, he's in a pretty active area. I can't believe we saw like 61 people. Guys, while Chavez was telling his stories, I found a video on my phone, and I found a couple pictures that people sent me. You guys ready for this? Like, for real. Check this out, you guys. First, I'll show you the pictures. What are you guys' thoughts on this?
Oh, yeah, that one was pretty recent, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That is wild.
What do you guys think about that? Okay, no thoughts. All right, let's go on to another one. You guys, I don't know what to think about this one. It is not somebody dressed up. You guys, this is legit. At least I think it's legit. What do you guys think about this one?
Wow. Do you think that could be a case of, what do they call it, pareidolia?
No. Dude, look at the eyes. Look at the nose. I'll send you the actual picture, man.
You can see the features so well.
Yeah, and you've got eye shine coming back.
Mm-hmm.
someone sent me that, and I wish I remember who sent me that. That flipped me out. I have to go through all of my I have to go through all my emails. I got like 248 emails. So, and then if I can get your guys' attention from Don Juan Steamboat over here trying to spit game, you know. So here is, you guys check this out. This is a video that was sent to me. Now, this was taken in December, and what we're looking at is it's a security camera, and the white stuff that's on the ground is snow. And this is like below zero temperature. This is taken up in Canada. So tell me what you think we're about, when you look at it, let me know what you guys think this is. I'll play it one more time. Seriously. What was that? What do you think it was? Because Canada, during winter, sub-zero weather, okay? There are no flying insects at all. There's no flying insects. That wasn't a wasp. It wasn't a butterfly. It wasn't a bug of some kind. Hey, Steamboat, Richie, Natalie, I'm telling you, I honestly think that's a fairy of some kind. Like, legit. It can't be anything else. I don't know. And Ryan, yeah, it did. And Ryan, you sent me an email, I believe. I got an email from you. Let's see. Nope, this is a different Ryan. This is from Code X of Curiosities. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I gotta read him. I gotta hit him back. Is Codea. Okay.
Yeah, Natalie's right. That last picture that you showed, it really looked like it was staring straight back at the whoever took the picture.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So, all right, you guys. Man, 65 people. Are you kidding me? It's a 1:45 a.m. where I'm at almost, you guys. So, you guys, I wish I could stay up here all night long and hang out with you guys. So, but again, I truly appreciate you. You guys, if you guys have had an encounter, I'm not closing out just yet, but if you guys have had an encounter, you'd like to come on the show, please shoot me an email at the cryptidpodcast72@gmail.com. I'd love to hear you guys' encounters. Any pictures, any audio, any video, go ahead and send it my way. I love watching this stuff, looking at this stuff, and listening to the stuff. You guys, I could not do anything that I'm doing for this show if it wasn't for you guys. I truly, truly appreciate everything you guys have done. Guys, 4 hours and 15 minutes by the time we're going to be done here. I have never done one that long. And you know what? I've had a constant 60 plus people in here. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. And you guys, I know I'm giving you a hard time, Natalie and Steamboat, but I love the interactions that my chat has. I mean, we're all one big family. Seriously. We cannot stay a while long. Natalie, you need to get some sleep, kid. But again, thank you so much. remember, Wednesdays and Fridays, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'm dropping new content. Once a month on Saturdays, I drop a Saturday-only release show, which members get early access to. If you'd like to be a member of the Cryptid Podcast, it's only $2.99, everyone, and you get early access to that Saturday show. And once a month, once every 2 months, once every 3 months, I'm not sure yet, I'll be doing a giveaway. Just to show my appreciation to all the members. I am going to be rolling for the winner probably sometime today. I'll do that in a real quick live stream, and hopefully the person that wins will reach out to me, and we'll be able to get it back. And Chavez, thanks for stepping in today, man. Do you have anything?
I just I love seeing the channel grow. I love our community that we built here, and that's all due to your hard work. And I appreciate you considering me to come out here and be a part of what you did today.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'll tell you right now, if I know how to get a hold of anybody in the chat, I may ask you as well. Right now, the person that's on my back burner right now is Steamboat. I don't need him trying to use my show as a dating app. This guy. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. He really is a hard worker. Dan, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, buddy. You guys, as my buddy Josh always says, remember, stay prayed up. And as I always like to say, you guys, remember what? A legend begins with the sighting. You guys have a fantastic night. Again, thank you so much for 4 hours and 16 minutes of your guys' time. I got so much love for you guys. Thank you so much. And I'm out of here. See you guys.
I got a strange going on out here. Something just killed my dog.
Something killed your dog?